Us on the call, Sixers go down again last night. You know, Josh Hart turns into Steph Curry when he plays against the 76ers, it seems like. But just an uninspired performance last night by a Sixers team that we have to talk about. The Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN. The 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Follow, subscribe, use the hashtag SBLive. Joel Embiid and Paul George have already been ruled out for tonight's game. Maxi's already out. We know that. This season's turning into a mess, and I'm not, I've said before, I think this season is almost a lost year. I don't care what they end up the season at. They are already the 76ers, for Joel Embiid and Paul George to not play tonight. What is the message that Philadelphia is now sending everybody? What is the message at 2-8? You're playing a 12-0 Cleveland team that right now is the number one seed in the Eastern Conference. The message is what? That you're saying our guys are not ready to play in a basketball game. They have one job, to play basketball, and they are unable to fulfill that job. Two guys that have gotten paid handsomely. All right, one guy has played one game all year. He just got suspended for 3 games that he was not able to play in because he got into an altercation with a reporter. So now with the season at 2-8, everybody's okay. Everybody comes together and says, I got a great idea. No Paul George tonight, no Joel Embiid. Go sell that one. Look, this is an organization that has had a hard time getting out of its own way. I can't imagine that both Paul George and Joel Embiid are saying, I cannot help my team tonight. And if that's what they're saying, that's a problem. That's a problem. Joel Embiid last night made no impact in the game. I mean, yeah, I take that back. He did make some defensive impact. I think his presence on the floor helped keep the game close for a little bit. He had no offensive impact in the game last night. He's looked out of shape, out of gas, just absolutely unprepared to play the game last night. Paul George, on the other hand, looked outstanding. Paul George, you can make an argument that why the hell was he even on the court late in that game? That game was over. Paul George is still on the floor. And now you're telling me he can't play tonight? How are we at the point where this is okay? How are we at the point, if you're Josh Harris, if you are Daryl Morey, are you okay with, you know what? These guys are going to have to sit out. We're 2-8. There's nothing we can do about it. Is that where we've got at sports? I don't see other guys sitting out. I really don't. I mean, the NBA had a problem. The NBA had a problem. Guys were sitting out too much, and it was a problem. Does anybody have an example for me where guys are sitting out games they just can't play? Has anybody got one for me? Is this happening around the league? Am I missing something? Is there a night where, hey, you know what? There's a back-to-back and the 2 best players on the team, the 2 highest-paid players on the team, when the other star is out because he has a legitimate injury. And I'm not saying that Joel wasn't banged up or whatever happened to his knee. We saw Paul George. But Paul George is now cleared to play. Is he not cleared to play on back-to-back nights? Why doesn't Gershon Yabusele get to sit tonight? Is he I mean, what is the message to him? What is the message to Kelly Oubre? What is the message to Jared McCain, Kyle Lowry? Why don't those guys get a chance to take the night off? Look, if these guys are legitimately hurt and they just cannot play, fine. You can't tell me that these guys can't help the team in some capacity tonight. Your season is 2-8. And by the way, the season's a lost year. This is a lost season. Oh, they could win 50 games this year, and it's a lost year. The plan they had to come into this season has already been a disaster. You spent money on Paul George to get him, Embiid, and Maxey together. That was your plan. Your plan was then to spend money and then sit these guys? Come on. Who's running this place? That's an awful plan. Continuity is king. If you're going to spend money on Paul George, you can't then say we're going to spend money and then not play these guys. To have this situation happen 10 games into the you're 10 games in, which means you have 72 games left, right? You have 72 games left. How many games are these guys going to play together? Seriously, how many games are we going to say at the end of the year, they made the playoffs? Because this team's going to make the playoffs, okay? They're making the playoffs. I'm not telling you that they're so bad that they're not going to make the playoffs. They're going to make the playoffs. The game that Paul George had last night is the game of why they signed Paul George. He was awesome in the game last night. He creates, he's smooth, he shoots, he does things for others. He had a great game last night. What, he got 7 threes in the game last night? Paul George is a great player. And if you have a healthy Embiid, I mean, whatever version of that Embiid last night was a joke. I mean, if he was going to be that level of Embiid, he might as well just sat the game out. How can you not be ready to play at this stage right now? How is that possible? I mean, he ran up and down the floor, and then he took himself out of the game 5 minutes in. I mean, if it was the first game of the season, would he have to tap out 5 minutes into the game because he wasn't ready to play? I don't know what the heck happened with Joel Embiid. I really don't. How he was not ready to play at the beginning, and now he had the chance to ramp up to get ready to play on this Tuesday night against the Knicks because he got suspended last week, and he wasn't ready for this either? That was the level of Embiid that you got last night? I've watched Joel Embiid play almost every single game he's ever played in, which is easy to do because he only plays in about 35 games a year. But the game that I saw from Joel Embiid last night was one of the worst games I ever saw him play. It was literally painful to watch him in the game last night. Okay, he looked rusty. He looked out of shape. I've seen Joel Embiid last year. Correct me if I'm wrong. How long did he sit out before he came back for game 1 of the playoffs against the Knicks last year? He didn't look like he was out of shape in that, Rusty. Not in that playoff game. He wasn't Joel Embiid that we know. He was 2 for 11 last night. 13 points. That's not a Joel Embiid game. Now, Joel Embiid last year missed the final, I want to say the last, 2 months, if not 3 months of the season? I mean, he basically didn't play the entire second half of the year last year. And when he came back for the playoffs against the Knicks last year, he looked better than he did last night. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Can the season be salvaged? Sure, they're going to make the playoffs. The Sixers are going to make the playoffs. They are really going to have to sell us somehow, some way, that they can get the continuity that is necessary to make a deep run in the playoffs. Listen, there is a reason I don't like what the Knicks did this offseason. They made all these trades. Bridges and Karl Anthony Towns are great players. They brought those two guys in. But I think, as they talked a lot about, I think Barkley brought this up. Once the Knicks kind of get this under their belt. Well, guess what? They're going to get 82 games to get it under their belt. So by the time they get to the playoffs, okay, they might not have this great record. You remember the Knicks, the Heat team, the Heatles, with LeBron and Wade and Bosh. I think they started that year 8-8. It takes time to just throw a bunch of guys together and know where they're going to be on the court at all times, and know where they want the ball, and know how they like a pass, and know how they like a screen, and know when they like to get the pass off the screen. You saw some good things in the game last night. Paul George being one of them. He was 10 of 19, 7 of 11 from 3. He had 10 rebounds. He had 3 steals. He had 29 points. Paul George, you could play a little pick and roll with. You could do a little ISO with him. You can do multiple things with him. I can't wait to see when the three of them are on the floor together what that's going to look like. And by the way, the kid McCain can actually play. McCain could play. He needs more minutes, and he needs the minutes with Paul George and Joel Embiid. But the version of Joel Embiid you got last night, you might as well just sat him. And if he wasn't ready to play last night, maybe he would have been more prepared to play tonight. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Big Al from Vineland says, Mike, this is a terrible start for Sixers. No excitement besides the rookie. Yeah, when you spend the money that you spent to bring this team together, when you put this team together, and the best guy you could talk about is a rookie that you thought might start the season in the G League, he's the biggest bright spot this team has through 10 games so far. Whew. This is a disastrous start to the season. There's no other way to put it. And I can't imagine that everybody in that front office is sitting around saying, man, this is exactly what we thought. This is exactly how we mapped this whole thing out. And then after last night's game, look, the game was close. It's a 2-point game in the first. I think it was a 4-point game at half. You're still in the game in the fourth quarter. I mean, they pulled away from you in the fourth. You know, the Knicks, I think they were up 4 at halftime, if I remember. And I think it was a 3-point game entering the fourth quarter. It's a 3-point game entering the fourth quarter. So it's like you're in this game. And you lose the fourth quarter going away. So I take a look at a Knicks team that is going through a lot of the same problems that you have. New faces, trying to figure things out. And they just pull away in the end. So it's not a game that, oh, man, you were so overwhelmed. You had no shot in. It's a game last night when you have Embiid and George playing on your home court, and you assume they're not going to play the next night? And that's what you got? 111-99? Ugh. Not great. Not great. You know, there's a couple things here that I think need to stand out. One, I think McCain almost have him I don't want to say mimic Maxey, but be that type of guy. He's not a true point. Maxey's not a true point. They're both kind of scoring first, ball handling guys. And just to kind of maybe try to duplicate what you might get from Maxey, I think Oubre's got to go to the bench. By the way, Jeff Doughton, oh my gosh. How did he get 22 minutes last night? That was a painful 22. Hey, Doughton, quit shooting. How did he get 22 last night? So you got to get, to me, Oubre's got to move to the bench. Get somebody like him off the bench, little energy off the bench. He's such an erratic player. When he's good, he's really good, and when he's bad, he's just not. He hurts you. He didn't shoot it well last night. He's just out of control at times. I'd rather see Oubre with this bunch. This team has a ton of options here. But McCain, Embiid, George, those three, I'd like to see. I thought Yabusele did not play great last night. He does have energy. He still got 8 rebounds. He just didn't shoot it well last night. 1 of 5 from 3. The Doughton thing, confounding to me. Don't know why he's getting minutes. I'd much rather see, heck, give me Ricky Council in those minutes. I know they don't play the same, but Jeff Doughton doing all the ball handling in that situation. Have Kyle Lowry handle the ball for 22 minutes. I don't need to see Jeff freaking Doughton. You're really telling me a team that's 2-8 right now, all the money they spent, 2-8? Oh, I got a great idea. Let me get Jeff Doughton 22 minutes. For God's sakes. I think, the thing that's frustrating is the idea is, look, let's get Paul George in here. We make a big splash. We got to go after it. You can't waste games in a year where you're already behind the eight ball. Now, I know the Sixers were probably sitting in a room going over all the options. Hey, should we play Joel tonight? Should we not play Joel? Should we play Paul tonight? Should we not play Paul tonight? And you look at the standings, and you're 2 games behind Detroit for a playoff spot. So you're obviously so early in the year. But again, that's a small-minded way to look at this. Well, we're only 2 games behind Detroit. Come on. The big picture is what the Sixers need to look at here. And if they're not smart enough to understand it, you can't play these guys 50 games together, hit play, and watch it all unfold come playoff time. Come on, man. You're telling me that the Phoenix Suns last year weren't better than a first-round exit team with Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal on the roster? And because they didn't play together, they looked like a mess and got swept out of there. You can't just throw 3 big names and say, this thing's going to work. They got to play together. And if it means they have to play together tonight, and maybe somewhere down the road where you feel a little bit more comfortable with where they are, maybe you say on a back-to-back tonight. You know, Van Gundy brought it up a bunch last night. The Sixers have like 15 or 16 back-to-backs coming. So they've already not played, the Sixers trio has already not played 10 games together. There are already 10 games that they will not play. If they're not playing again tonight, so tonight will be 11. Maxey, let's say he's out until Thanksgiving. We did the math. That's about another 8 to 10 games. And then add up all the back-to-backs. What are you looking at? These guys playing like 35 games together? That's the blueprint? That's what we're going to go in with here, guys, right? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Jeff in Galloway says, I think Embiid was worse than the Sixers thought. I don't think he looked like the knee was a problem. I don't think that was an issue. He just seemed like he was, he left the court at one point. His knee was all wrapped up and bandaged, and it just looked I don't know what to, he just looked like he was rusty. But why? Why was he rusty?
If I could backtrack to what you asked a few minutes ago, Mike, and kind of repurpose it back to you, because you mentioned, be like, this team, they didn't pay Embiid and George all this money to. Where is the disconnect in your mind, Mike? Where is the disconnect from what we knew in the summer to what has happened over the last several weeks?
I don't know. The Paul George thing is hard because he got hurt in a game.
And it was a legitimate injury.
You saw him get hurt, but now he's cleared and he's back.
Right.
Is he not fully cleared? What is this? He's only kind of cleared. No. Last night, Paul George looked fantastic in the game. So, okay, did his knee not respond well today, or are they just taking it? Are they just being cautious?
And of course, they won't tell you that because they're listing it as left knee management, whatever that means.
He played 32 minutes in the game last night, and he was on the court way late in that game when that game was over. So, I question how this is being handled. And wonder if this is sustainable.
But it goes back to, to me, 32 minutes, what does that even mean, though? Because it's like a pitch count with a pitcher. 90 pitches could mean one thing for one guy, not for somebody else. How am I supposed to know that, oh, man, if Paul George played 32 minutes, he would have played tonight?
Right, exactly.
I can't see that.
He was in the game too long last night. There was no business. It was one whatever, and he's still out there. Under a minute left in the game, he was still on the court.
Right.
The game was way over.
So, if you would have pulled him 2 minutes earlier, does he play tonight? I don't know.
I doubt it. I was, it takes a lot to get me pretty riled up. I'm looking at that game last night and saying, you got to be kidding me. And then the news today, they've already been announced out. I'm thinking, are you serious with this? Are you serious? These guys have got to be way more hurt then you can't tell me that you just played an NBA game 32 minutes last night, and everybody else that played the same amount of minutes as you did, or less, or whatever more, none of them said, hey, I don't know that I can play tonight. Like, do you want to play or not? What are we doing in sports?
Right, like,
what are we doing in sports?
Like, what is the messaging here? Like, what are you trying to tell us and not tell us?
If you want to play, play. Do you have enough pride to say, I need to help my team? That's what it comes down to. What are we doing in sports? We are so ridiculous. Oh, he can't play tonight. Oh, he's got a minute restriction. Listen, I feel okay, I'm playing. I don't feel okay, I'm not playing. That's the way it goes. How many guys are sitting out? Is this even a thing anymore? It was a thing. I don't know that it's a thing anymore, except for right now, right here. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube. Use the hashtag SBLive. Coming up, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. We'll get his thoughts on that. Plus, is this name the right name for the Phillies to be interested in? That's coming up next on the Sports Bash.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Craving a tasty breakfast or lunch? Come on down to Hot Bagels and More. They've got fresh baked bagels, irresistible spreads, and a mouth-watering selection of sandwiches, perfect for any appetite. Join them in Northfield, Atlantic City, Summers Point, and 2 locations in Margate for flavors that keep you coming back. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salad, along with hearty soups. Order ahead or take advantage of their catering options for your next event. Hot Bagels and More, where every bite is a delight. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com or stop in today.
The Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family. So I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Matte Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Matt Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for Nissan. Negative equity finance. VIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.8. Offers can't be combined. 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-667 or go to MattBlackNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Matt Black Nissan. The Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy. with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Here in New Jersey, it's one wow after another, after another, after another. I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Our state's largest city is home to the state's largest museum, the Newark Museum of Art, featuring dozens of galleries exploring both art and science, a planetarium, sprawling sculpture garden, and the Animal Kingdom exhibit. The incredible Tibetan Buddhist altar is a must-see. The Newark Museum of Art is generally open Thursday through Sunday with special events throughout the year. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
If fashion is your thing, eBay is it. eBay's where I find all my favorites, from handbags to iconic streetwear, all authenticated. For real. This time, a little Supreme, some Gucci. I even have that vintage Prada on my watch list. That's why eBay's my go-to for all my go-tos. Yeah, eBay, the place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion. eBay. Things people love.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Did you expect to play tomorrow? I mean, I want to. That's up to those guys. I mean, I know I said I will never play back-to-backs, but I'm a troll, so I'm sure at some point I'll play. But feel good right now. We're going to see. It's up to them.
Joel Embiid last night after the game says, I want to play. We'll leave it up to them. So does Joel Embiid want to play and the Sixers are telling him no? Or did his knee not respond today? Who the heck knows? It's not one of those things that is very transparent, that's for sure. How did we get here? Embiid says, I want to play, and then he says, I know that I said I'm not going to play back-to-backs, but I'm a troll. Come on, man. Enough with the troll stuff. You're how old, Joel? You've already let so many people down in terms of the health in the past. And no, I'm not saying like letting us down in that it's your fault. I'm just saying so many people get excited to see him play and then he doesn't play and it's frustrating. The troll thing is over with, okay? Knowing that, hey, I have not been available as much as I'd like to be, I got to stop with the troll stuff. And for him last night to say, I want to play, I mean, if it was up to me, I'd be playing, but I got to see what they have to say. So he's throwing it back. Here you go. Pickleball it right back to the organization. Hey, Joel says he wants to play. Why is he now ruled out today? But that's where we are. 609-403-0973. By the way, the Sixers a 10.5-point underdog tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers. I did not see where the line started at the beginning of the year. But, I mean, at the beginning of the day, but 10.5, and I'm imagining that number is on the low end. I mean, look, it could be one of those nights where they compete hard and they kind of hang around. It's possible. But you're going down the road of a lost year. And again, they're going to make the playoffs. The Sixers are going to make the playoffs. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about them making the playoffs. They've been making the playoffs for years and letting people down. So getting back to the playoffs and letting people down, that's not what we're signed up for. And to maximize the roster that you have, which is filled with new faces, it is time for this team to make tougher decisions and say, you know what? Joel Embiid last night says he wants to play. It's up to them. Well, let's see how he responds. The only way you get into game shape is by playing in games. You know, this whole thing of he's not playing back-to-backs, they're not going to play, they're going to manage his minutes. Why is it not okay to say, you know what, Joel? You're going to play tonight, but you only get 25 minutes. Why can't it be, Paul George, we don't want to play you a full game tonight, but we're going to pick our spots so that we have you available at 5 minutes here, 7 minutes there, 12 minutes. I mean, he doesn't have to play 40 freaking minutes. You know, the NBA had a problem with guys sitting out. I got to be honest. Are guys sitting out? Am I not paying attention around the league? Does Jason Tatum take off the second game after a back-to-back? Does Jaylen Brown, does he not play? Steph Curry, he's an old guy. Is he not playing on the second night of back-to-backs? Luka? Is Luka Doncic not out there on the back-to-backs? Are there guys that I'm not paying attention to? Does LeBron in his 40s, does he not play on the second night of back-to-backs? All right, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, set to join us now on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. We played the bite before you came on, Mike. Joel said, I want to play. It's not up to me, though. This seems to be another whole thing of he said, she said. He's not playing back-to-back. He said he wasn't going to play. He said, well, I'm a troll. This is a disaster.
Well, I would agree. Joel Embiid is a 30-year-old man. Of course, it's up to him whether or not he plays basketball or not. If he wanted to play the second game of a back-to-back, he'd be out there, basically. So for him to say it's not up to me, says a lot about Joel Embiid and where he is right now in his career. If he wanted to play tonight, he would be playing. So for him to say it's not up to me is a bit ridiculous. And keeps with the theme that comes out of the 76ers is nobody – why don't they just come out and say – why doesn't Joel Embiid just come out and say, my knee is still bothering me. It bothered me coming out of the Olympics, and we're not going to press it on back-to-backs right now. Maybe we will at some point this season, but I'm not going to press it. That would be – at least be honest. Don't tell me it's not up to you when it is up to you.
He did not play well last night. I mean, how did we justify what we saw from him last night? Because, Mike, he did not play for months leading into the first game against the Knicks in the playoffs. He looked far better in that game against the Knicks in the playoffs than he did last night.
Yeah, I mean, he did not look good last night at all. Now, in fairness to him, a lot of times when he comes back, he does not look good that first game back, and that second or third game back, he looks great. I thought last night in watching that game, and I watched it from, tip-off to the final basket, I just thought to myself, boy, if the Sixers could ever get Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey on the court together, they would have a very good team. Then I thought, well, when is that going to happen? And is it going to happen enough for them to put themselves in a position to do well in the playoffs? And right now, it certainly doesn't seem that way. So right now, they're certainly headed down a path of a lost season. And I think when you look at Embiid playing last night, I think one of the factors was how well Karl Anthony Towns played. And Karl Anthony Towns has a game that bothers Joel Embiid. His ability to set a high screen and either roll to the basket or pop to the three-point line and make a three-point shot puts an awful lot of stress on Joel Embiid.
Yeah, by the way, Embiid last year in the playoff game 1 against the Knicks scored 29 points, grabbed 8 rebounds, had 6 assists, 2 blocks. He played 36 minutes and was a plus 14. That's after sitting out the whole second half of the season. So he didn't have nearly as much time to ramp it back up to get ready as he did for this. I don't know what he did to ramp up for this, but he did not look like he was ready to go last night. Paul George, on the other hand, Mike, he has also been ruled out for the game tonight. Played 32 minutes last night, looked damn good. He had 7 3-pointers. He was all over the place. He had 10 boards. He showed no signs of having issues. Is it a head-scratcher that he's not available tonight?
Yeah, it is, but you can see them sort of being precautionary with him. I mean, we all saw the incident in the preseason where he bent his knee back. So you can see it sort of with him. We know the injury, stuff like that. I think the difference with Paul George is we feel like we're getting the truth about Paul George. We all saw the injury. We know what it was. We saw him come back. He's played 3 games. Now he misses the first back-to-back. I think we can understand that. I think the big issue with Embiid is we just feel like we're not getting the full story. What is going on with that knee? What is the prognosis? What is Joel Embiid's exact physical condition? Why it has risen to the level of state secret and nobody wants to say anything about it, including Joel Embiid, is just confounding and just makes fans. I mean, I can hear the anger or the exasperation, probably a better word, in your voice right now. I just think the lack of honesty combined with the record and performances like that last night is causing, you, me, and other Sixers fans and media just throw up their hands and say, what exactly is going on here? It would be easy to handle if we just knew what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, and the hard part is it almost feels like, and Van Gundy brought this up a lot during the broadcast last night, it almost feels like, hey, listen, they're going to make the playoff. As you just mentioned, when they have Maxey, George, Embiid, and that crew, I mean, McCain's becoming a player, that's another piece. They're going to be a tough team to kind of put in hand, but how many games are they going to play together? And yes, they're probably going to make the playoffs, but okay, now you're in the play-in tournament, or you're like the 6th seed, and you go out and spend money on Paul George to avoid being that type of team.
Right. The biggest question I have right now is what sort of seed are you going to have in the postseason? Now, they have caught a break in the fact that the rest of the NBA Eastern Conference is off to a slow start outside of the Cleveland Cavaliers, right? The Celtics have played well, but they've come back to earth a little bit. They lost to the Atlanta Hawks last night by a point or 2. Orlando doesn't have Pablo Banchero. He's out for a month, so that set them back for a little bit. You can see the Knicks kind of still feeling each other out there right about at that 500 mark. But the question is, if the Sixers are a 6 or a 7 seed, the 2 or 3 seed is going to look up in April and May and say, I can't believe we're a 2 or 3 seed. We won 50 games. And our reward is Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey. And maybe the Sixers win that initial series. But can we really envision the Sixers as a 6 or 7 seed, or maybe even 8 seed, going on the road and winning a first-round match, a second-round match, beating the Celtics in the conference final and then going to beat the team from the West, all on the road without having the home court advantage in any of those series? NBA history, I know the Miami Heat did it a couple of years ago, but NBA history would tell you that is not going to happen.
So what do you make of the messaging that's Embiid says it's not my decision. If I can, I'll be out there. Basically, it seems like he's putting it on the medical team.
Well, this thing to me has just been a whole public relations nightmare because nobody wants to come forward and say exactly what is wrong with the knee. What happened to the knee after the Olympics? Why didn't he scrimmage 5-on-5 in the preseason? Why was the ramp up so slow? How does the knee bother Embiid? How does it hinder him when he plays? To me, the Philadelphia 76ers, Daryl Morey, Joel Embiid, and Nick Nurse need to sit down at the Camden Center. They need to invite the media in, and they just let the media ask every question they can for about an hour and a half, answer all the questions fully, and I believe that will go a long way towards alleviating the sort of exasperation that the fans and media have with the Sixers right now. For Embiid to say, well, if it's not up to him, who is it up to? Is it up to Nick Nurse? Is it up to Daryl Morey? Is it up to a doctor? Who's it up to if it's not up to Joel Embiid? Who's making a decision on when Joel Embiid, the guy you just gave a 3-year contract to, a 3-year extension worth over $190 million, who's deciding when this guy plays and what conditions, what factors are going into that decision? I don't think that's too much to ask. Like I said, it's not a state secret. Just tell us, and then maybe we can, digest that information and again come to a realization. Let some of the exasperation go. But as long as this goes on with, oh, he's out, we don't know why he's out, it's not up to me, I'm a troll. I mean, I've had enough of Embiid, and I'm a troll, I'm this, I'm that. Who's deciding when he can play and what goes in to make that decision? That's all I want to hear about.
And, Mike, you're absolutely right. I said the same. Look, you're 30 years old. You've had people, you haven't played more than 40 games in a year most of your career. Like, the act is over. Like, do you want to play out there? Do you want to troll, or do you want to be a goof? Like, get out there and play. That's what this is about. What are we doing in sports? Because, quite frankly, the NBA had a problem with load management and all this stuff. I don't know that it's this big a problem, except for here. What other teams are load managing people on back-to-backs? Does Steph Curry, who's in his 30s, does he not play on back-to-backs? Does Jason Tatum, does Kevin Durant, do these guys not play on back-to-backs anymore? Am I missing this?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, the Knicks go back-to-back tonight. I know they have Tom Thibodeau, who is not exactly famed for load management or resting his players. Jalen Brunson was in that game until the final seconds last night. So,
and by the way,
he never comes out of a game.
So was Paul George. What was Paul George doing on the floor in the last minute or two of that game? That game's over. Paul George is still out there. I'm saying, what is he doing on the floor if he's not playing tomorrow?
Right, exactly. I mean, could you have taken him out of that game when the Knicks went up by double digits and it was clearly over, and bought some minutes for tonight? Again, these are factors I don't understand. I do know, however, that this is quickly becoming a lost season for the Philadelphia 76ers. And it's one thing to tell Joel Embiid when he's 22 or 23 to sit out a year and then sit out another year. But it's another thing to look at a 30-year-old Joel Embiid, shrug your shoulders, and say, because of injuries in the first 3 to 4 weeks of the season, we've blown any chances we have to go deep in the playoffs. And again, Mike, I'll say this. I'm watching that game last night. Paul George was great. You forget how big he is sometimes on the wing and his ability to shoot over people. Tyrese Maxey, okay? Joel Embiid, you put those three guys out there, that's going to be a pretty good basketball team. With one and a half of those guys last night, they were right there with the Knicks until the final, 4 or 5 minutes of the game. But the question is, are those guys going to be out there enough to put you in a position to make a realistic playoff run in April and May? And right now, that answer is no.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Sixers, Cavs, a short-handed Sixers team. Cavs, by the way, they're 12-0, and Philadelphia will be without Maxey, George, and Embiid tonight. All right, I want to quickly go over, get some thoughts on this. Or tweet from Buster Olney last night. I don't know if you saw this, Mike McGarry. Says, the most interesting prediction heard from a rival evaluator. The Phillies land Alex Bregman. His swing translates in that park, strong defense, lots of postseason scar tissue. That on the heels of a report yesterday from Jeff Passan that Alec Boehm is on the trade block. So does a Bregman for Boehm, I know not player for player swap, but trying to move Boehm and signing Bregman. Does that make sense to you?
Well, it certainly sounds interesting, right? Because Bregman slides in at his spot, and then you can maybe trade Boehm for, a starting pitcher, an outfielder that fits better. So it certainly does. When you put it up on the whiteboard in Dave Dombrowski's office, it makes sense. And it makes sense in Bregman. You're bringing over a guy who's a proven winner, a guy who can grind out at-bats a little bit, like Buster only says, playoff scar tissue. So you're bringing over a guy familiar with October, and then you use Boehm as a guy to maybe, get a starting pitcher, get a bullpen guy, get a left fielder with some power. And that leads me to just what Dombrowski said. Sometimes you've got to trade a good player. Dombrowski says you've got to be open-minded. And the third thing he said this season was, I don't know if we need another superstar. Now, Alec Bregman is a very, very good baseball player, but he's not, he's not Juan Soto, basically, or Bryce Harper or that level of guy. So, yeah, the move makes sense. And when you read the tea leaves of what the Phillies have said, the move makes sense also. I just wonder why Houston would kind of let Bregman walk. I would be surprised if they let him walk, but we'll see.
We'll see what the Phillies can get for a guy like Alec Boehm. That would be another thing to keep an eye on here. What kind of market does he have on the open market, and what are they looking for? What does the Philadelphia Phillies team need to say, hey, we have Alec Boehm available. What are they looking to get something in return for a guy like Bohm?
Well, you better get something good, because here's the deal. Alec Bohm struggled the last 6 weeks of the season, and our last images of him, striking out or popping up on one pitch and getting benched in the playoffs and throwing his helmet and stuff like that. But Alec Bohm drove in close to 100 runs. Alec Bohm was an all-star third baseman. He's 26, 27 years old. If you're going to trade Alec Bohm, you better get back that corner outfielder that can, hit for power and man left field and maybe grind at bats. And I would think you better bring back a quality bullpen arm too. I think there's a lot of baseball teams around there that look at Alec Bohm and say, hey, we like what he does. We'll bring him in here and have him play for us. And maybe getting out of Philadelphia, getting out of that spotlight will do him some good also. But Alec Bohm was the starting third baseman for the National League All-Star team. So if you're going to give up on Alec Bohm, like I said, you better bring back that corner outfielder, and you better bring back a top-flight bullpen arm, because that's a hefty price to pay when you're looking up in July and Alec Bohm is batting, 320 with 80 RBIs and starting at third base for the American League All-Star team as a member of the Tampa Bay Rays.
320, I'd like to see that. I like Bohm too, but 320, I don't know if he can maintain that. Although if he's in a place like Tampa Bay, who, by the way, could be playing in the Phillies minor league park, the spring training home of the Phillies, that looks like one of the options for them to play their full season, because that stadium will not be ready in 2025. I'll leave you with this, Mike McGarry. It's the first time in 28 years that the Eagles and the Commanders will play when both teams are 4 games or more over 500. So it's needless to say, this is one of the biggest Eagles-Washington games in about 30 seasons. How do they stack up?
Yeah, I'm pumped up for this game exactly for what you just said right there. I think, you say 28 years. A lot of fans don't remember how big Washington was, what going down to RFK Stadium was like. Joe Gibbs, the Hogs, those games were epic. The Cowboys going in there, the Giants going in there. That stadium used to rock. The Washington was one of the premier franchises in NFL, in all of the NFL, before Daniel Snyder took over, and they kind of fell on hard times and really became a joke of the league. So football is better with the Washington football team at the top of the heap there. I'm interested in this game Thursday night, Mike. I want to see Jaden Daniels against the Eagles defense. Daniels played well against the Steelers, but he didn't, throw any touchdown passes. He didn't run for any touchdowns. He ran for only 5 yards. Did the Steelers put a blueprint out there on how to slow Jaden Daniels? And this Eagles defense is playing well. I want to see this Eagles defense against Jaden Daniels. That, to me, is the matchup to watch with an 80-year-old Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit tomorrow night on Amazon Prime.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, PressAC.com, at AC Press McGarry on the X platform, and right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, that's Mike McGarry, of course, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. We got so much more to come, including 99 bottles. Got another chance for you to qualify coming up in just moments from now. And when we come back next hour, an old friend returns to the show. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Jared McCain's going to have to do it himself. Into the lane, right-hand layup, up and good! He took it right down the lane!
It's Sixers Cavs tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
I need a new car. Under 20 grand? Okay, well, what's my trade worth? You know what? I'm going to Matt Blatt Kia, where I can get some straight talk.
Brand new Matt black Kia Forte LXS, under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999. With any trade, that's less than most used vehicles. Currently buried in a loan or lease, Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and into your new Kia with 0 down, 0 payments until February, even 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. So bring any trade, because if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we want to get you approved today.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With approved credit, 24 ED line, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit and down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblackkiafj.com for complete details, or 888-505-6679. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. You're paying after rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 12/4/24. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guys in the know, and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies, first aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. Make a selection from our seasonal food menu, then unwind with one of our sensational cocktails. The South Philly Sizzle, made with Bird Gang Habanero Tequila. Stateside pumpkin pie featuring stateside vodka, rum chata, and pumpkin puree. Delicious fiery sangria, tasty spiced apple punch, or the Campfire Mule at participating locations for a limited time. The official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. We're teaming up with Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown for a new wing flavor this football season. A.J. Brown's Sweet Heat Wings. We combine the sweet and spicy flavors AJ loves, plus a portion of the proceeds benefit the A.J. Brown Foundation, and it's focused on empowering underprivileged youth. At participating locations for a limited time, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, there's our 99 Growlers sounder for the first hour of the show, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You're entered into this year's 99 Growlers party. It's going to be live at Mudhead Brewing Company, Wildwood, Wednesday, November 27th from 2 to 6 p.m. You must be present to win. We got all sorts of tickets this year, including club box seats to see the Eagles-Steelers game December 15th at Lincoln Financial Field. We got all sorts of tickets, Sixers, Flyers, concert, and shows from all over the area. 99 bottles, 99 growlers this year at Mudhead Brewing Company, Rio Grande Avenue in Wildwood. We'll see you out there. The station house is here, the ultimate spot for your private party or event. Perfect for intimate gatherings or large celebrations.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season on Thursday Night Football, hosting their NFC East rivals, the Washington Commanders.
He is going deep down the far side of the field.
Pre-game coverage starts at 7 p.m. with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action starting at 8:15. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Matt Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Matt Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Matt Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for negative equity refinance. PIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.8. Offers can't be combined. 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblacknissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Matt Black Nissan on the Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser Fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Your business needs a network it can count on. Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first, before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Are you ready for a breakfast game changer? Discover hot bagels and more with locations in Margate, Northfield, Summers Point, and Atlantic City. They serve hot, fresh bagels crafted daily in a variety of flavors that will keep you coming back for more. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salads along with delicious soups. Plus, check out their lunch specials and party platters. Perfect for gatherings and holiday meetings. Swing by Hot Bagels and More and experience the bagel game changer today. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com or stop in today.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
The man ain't played
in an NBA game anyway in 5 months. I'm not shocked that he started off slow. Maybe it would have been nice to see him come in with more energy, but it's not even just like he's been sitting out. He's been sitting out, and there's been other stuff going on. At the end of the day, the dude is human. For his first game of the season to not be at max, that's not too shocking to me. If he stays healthy, I'm going to assume that we're going to see the Embiid we expect soon.
All right, that was Dr. Andre Snellings, a ESPN senior basketball writer on Greeny today. His prediction, yeah, he's going to be better. But why isn't he better now? Why did he look like he hasn't ever played basketball before? You know, last year when they went to the NBA playoffs against the Knicks, he missed a ton of time, and he came back that night and scored almost 30 points. All right, Mike Gill, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. An old friend returns to the show. Ryan Rothstein's a podcaster and a blogger and a longtime member of the Sports Bash, and he is back here as the Sixers start the season 2-8 through 10 games of the season. This Paul George, he is out tonight. Joel Embiid pairing. It has not seemed to got off to the start everybody anticipated, man.
I mean, if you're a Sixers fan, MG, this is exactly what you should have anticipated. This is exactly what I should have anticipated. Right? I mean, shame on you, shame on me, shame on Josh. Anyone who thought differently, you're an idiot. And I'm talking to myself. I mean, this team right now, I don't know where to start. I've listened to the entire first hour, MG, but it's, for me, I'm sick and tired of Embiid. And that's where you and I can discuss and debate. But I'm sick of his face.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's fair for people to be frustrated with Embiid. I think it's certainly fair to say I'm done with Embiid. Like, I'm not at that point because, listen, I think the guy's awesome. I think you can win. You know, there's so few players that you can win a championship with. He has to be healthy to do it. I understand that. But the alternative is you're going back down the road of trying to find a guy who, I don't know, plays like that is as good as Joel Embiid. That's the problem. So I think we do have to show patience. And if people say patience, look, Nikola Jokic is a great player. He didn't just go rolling into the league, winning MVPs, and then win a championship. It took him a while to get the right team around. The problem that I'm having with this situation is Joel Embiid's lack of availability. So even if they make the playoffs and the team looks really good, what kind of continuity do you have? There's my issue.
Exactly. That's probably one of, if not my main issues as well. This takes time. I completely agree with everything you've said already, but just to reiterate quickly, you can't roll out of bed in the NBA and put 3 stars together for the first time and expect them to win 4 best-of-7 series. It ain't happening, especially when you have an injury-prone superstar who's leading that charge, especially when that superstar has had a different variation of said roster every 6 months for the past 5 years. Right. So, like, we do have to give him a break in a sense, but then let's play the blame game, Mike. Who's to blame here? Because I'm tired. I'm sick and tired, as I said to start, of letting Joel Embiid off the hook. Right. Like, I can't let him off the hook. It's his fault. I don't know whose else it would be.
Well, I'll tell you this. He said after the game last night, he threw it back to the organization. We have that bite. He says, I want to play. And if I'm available, I'm telling you I'm available to play. So he's essentially lobbing the volley. Here's the bite from Joel Embiid.
Did you expect to play tomorrow?
I mean, I want to. That's up to those guys. I mean, I know I said I will never play back-to-backs, but I'm a troll, so I'm sure at some point I'll play. But feel good right now. We're going to see. It's up to them.
All right, I want to play, but it's up to those guys. I know I said I wouldn't play back-to-back, but I'm a troll. That bothers me. You're 30 years old. You're a family man now. You're married. All right, enough being a goof-off, okay? The troll thing is getting old. That thing needs to go. Are you playing in back-to-backs? Are you not playing in back-to-backs? And he says, I want to play tonight. And then before 3 o'clock hits, the day of the game, guess what, Joel? You're out.
Right. He was never playing. He was, you know what I saw last night? And it's sort of what I saw against the Knicks in different variations. He was scared. He was scared in the game 5 minutes after missing the first 9 games, after punching, like I'm exaggerating, but punching friend of the show here. I mean, I go back with him, at least Marcus Hayes of the Inquirer, right? Like you're punching people you shouldn't punch. You're fighting people you shouldn't fight. You miss 9 games. You're injured. You're not injured. 5 minutes into the game with all this hoopla around it, and you raise your hand like you haven't gotten on a treadmill in your entire life. I mean, that's embarrassing. That's our superstar. Would Allen Iverson ever do that? It's a joke.
Well, this is the frustrating part for me. Listen, the NBA had a problem with the load management. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see this problem anymore. I don't see this being an issue where guys are just not playing back-to-backs, just not playing because they played the night before. Is that still a problem in the NBA, or is that kind of like, they had the problem, they tried to do something to fix it, and now you're not seeing this problem? The only team I'm seeing it right now is Philadelphia.
Right. It's only here in Philly, right? It's too early on in the season to answer that question, MG, right? Like we're 10 games in. We really get a sense of this load management typically like around Christmas time, before Christmas, right? Like Thanksgiving to Christmas is the date range there that I would say, because that's when the back-to-backs really start to kick in. But now the Sixers have 2 guys that have missed over 30% of regular season games the past 5 years.
Look, this is another thing, okay? They don't have Maxey, they don't have George, and they don't have Embiid tonight. Okay, now Embiid and George come back on Friday night. There's still no Maxey. So you're playing without the 3 guys for almost an entire month. You've already not played with them 10 games this year. 10 games you've already not played with those guys. As I see it, I only see these guys being able to squeeze in about 35, 40 games together.
Yeah, and I think that's wishful thinking on your end a little bit. Right? Like
it
35.
Might be. Yeah.
Right. It's 35, 40 out of 72 games remaining. Joel's probably not going to play in any of the back-to-backs. You subtract another, 13 there. I mean, and they have to go, I'm not great at math, but they have to go like 51-21 to even be above their season win total. 52.5, it was said. I mean, they're not sniffing that, but I mean, they might be lingering around 500 is my point.
Well, that's another thing. Okay, what is their record going to be? What can, like, they're going to make the playoffs. Do you agree with me there?
The East right now seems like it's going to be really bad, filled with average, mediocre teams. Yes.
I don't see. I know everybody's kind of got off to a clunky, slow start. I think the East was supposed to be better, and everyone's like, "Well, the East is like that." Knicks team is 5-5, but like I think that team is going to be really good by the end of the year. I feel like they are akin to like when LeBron went to the Heat. They got off to like an 8-8 start, and then like they were really good by the end of the year. So I don't know, like record wise, if the Knicks are going to be like 60 and have some 60-22 and have some great record. But I think that team's pretty good. Cleveland, I think, is pretty good. Milwaukee is one I don't know what to do with there. But I think Philadelphia is going to be good enough that they're going to make the playoffs because you see some flashes of this team that I think are interesting. Like, we should be able to look at this team and say, all right, this is who they are. This kid McCain can play. They found something there that they didn't probably think that they had. Yabusele, who they just kind of picked up at the end after his Olympic run. Okay, now he gives us another rotation player. We like his energy. He can shoot the ball a little bit. Getting Caleb Martin involved, letting him find his way. They've got some legit pieces on the team. This team should be pretty good.
That's what makes all this frustrating. It continues to add on. We can go in a million different directions. This roster is really good. It's deep. It's deeper than it was last year. And last year, you and I discussed all the time about how deep the 76ers were. And they got deeper. I mean, McCain, he is a stud. He's a stud, dude. He is a gamer. He's going to be clutch. He has ice in his veins. Every cliche you want to throw at me, go ahead. I can't wait to see him and Maxey play alongside each other.
That's another question is what do they do with him when Maxey returns? Like right now, if I'm the Sixers, I just say to him, look, you're steering the ship. You put him in the starting lineup. I think you play him in the starting lineup. You get Lowry goes to the bench. I take Oubre out of the lineup too. I think Oubre's got to come off the bench. I'd rather see him kind of give you that little energy because he's too erratic. Some nights he's all right. Other nights he's all over the place. So I think I would say McCain, Embiid, George. Those three guys start. I go Yabusele as my 4 and probably move Caleb Martin maybe into to that other role.
Yeah. Caleb Martin. Listen, Martin, Yabusele, and PG, they're really all sort of interchangeable. Like Paul George is all of 6'9", which is a good thing, I'm saying. So I like that lineup. I would tend to agree with you, but I mean, you have Lowry off the bench, who I really like for this team, veteran presence, EG, Eric Gordon, Oubre, as you mentioned, Andre Drummond, who's been a little disappointing, but they're deep, man. They are a deep team, but they have to figure all this out. Being that deep makes it that much more troubling. Wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, and look, they're deep, but there's like a lot of guys. Like Eric Gordon's a guy that I think can still play, but right now he's kind of fallen out of favor for whatever reason. He's not in the rotation. You got a guy like Jeff Doughton last night. Why is he getting 22 minutes? I mean, I don't need to see Jeff Doughton play 22 minutes on this particular team. I'd rather those minutes go to Jared McCain. I know McCain's playing, but let McCain kind of eat up those ball handling minutes. I don't need Jeff Doughton handling the ball for 22 minutes, taking awful shots. They have way more talent that Jeff Doughton shouldn't be getting minutes on this team.
No, absolutely not. I listen, Doughton, I think I saw him on LinkedIn last week. I mean, like, who is this guy? But I don't know, man. Like, listen, I look at this start, and it's early, right? But a 2-8 start is you're swimming in murky waters, MG. You really are, as we've outlined this entire conversation. I'll ask you this. Do they win a playoff series? Right? Because seeding is going to matter. Home court is going to matter. Like, I don't have any trust that they're going to get out of the second round again. Or ever for the first time.
Well, I'll ask this. I'll volley it back to you here. We think Boston's better than they are. Right now, it appears that Cleveland is legit. Like, it's hard to look at Cleveland and just say, that team's going to come back to earth. They were good last year. They've been playing together. They have the continuity, and that's why they've taken that nice jump. Is Orlando, they are the 3 seed. They're 6-6. It was Orlando, New York, Indiana, Brooklyn, Detroit, Atlanta. I mean, I feel like the Sixers at full strength are better than probably every one of those teams except for maybe New York in the 7-game series.
I mean, on paper, but that's what we've been discussing, right? This isn't on paper. This isn't you and me in a dorm room playing NBA 2K, right? Like, this is real life bleep here. So, yeah, I'm with you. You just lean on the talent disparity that the Sixers should have going into most of these best of 7 series, MG. But listen, look at the betting odds right now for the 76ers. Plus 130 for the 76ers to be in the play-in tournament when the postseason comes around. That's essentially even money. That's telling you that they're most likely going to be in the play-in tournament. So that doesn't make me feel good if we're saying that's where they start in the postseason.
Well, that's where they started last year, and you saw how that went. They got knocked out in the first round. But I guess this year the question is, if you just asked, your question was, do they win a playoff first-round series?
Right.
I don't know. If I get matched up with Orlando, Indiana, Brooklyn, Detroit, Atlanta, one of those teams, I feel like, yeah, you probably – but the next round, the 3 teams right now, Cleveland, Boston, the Knicks, they're the 3. Everybody else is just kind of in a pot of stew.
Yeah, an ugly pot of stew. But now,
that's why I wonder if they are just looking at it kind of arrogantly, like, we don't need to play all that much. As long as we get to the finish line healthy, just get in. We'll beat somebody that, we just have more talent than in the first round. And by that time, we would be building up the games played together. We might play 40 games. Then we get a playoff series. That gives us another, 5-6 games. And then we go and play somebody for real. We've played about 50 games together. That might be the way they're looking at this. So there could be some arrogance and hubris to the way they're looking at this.
Oh, there absolutely is. Right? Like I get a lot of pushback from people defending the load management with Joel, bringing up the example of Kawhi when he led Toronto.
It's happened one time. That's the only example you can give me.
And he was already a champion. He was already a champion, Mike Gill.
Yeah, exactly.
Joel Embiid never got out of the second round.
If I ask people, give me a guy who load managed through the year and won a championship, the Kawhi is the one answer. They are the team, they would be the Detroit Pistons team that won a title without a star. You have to have a star. Well, the Pistons did it. Yeah, give me another team. They are the outlier. The what they did with Kawhi is the outlier in that season. And by the way, the year that they sat Kawhi, he missed 22 games. They went 17-5. They weren't a disaster when he didn't play. When Joel Embiid doesn't play, this team is a mess.
Yeah, they don't know who they are. They're just looking themselves in the mirror. I said this in the offseason, and I would like to see them transition to their identity gearing strictly around Paul George and Tyrese Maxey, where Embiid is almost looked at as a second and third option, because I think that's the best way to go about this thing. You can't have your whole life around one person and he's never there.
Listen, it is getting increasingly more frustrating. Here's the thing, though. They signed him to an extension, and then they went out and gave Paul George money. So it's not as if they're saying, look, we're just going to let Embiid take a shot with it one more time and then move on. No, they signed him to an extension and signed a partner for him to play with.
And I looked at Maxey before he got hurt a couple games ago, and I'm like, he has to be frustrated, right? Like, it's just not good for the environment that you're in, for that locker room environment. It can't
Not
be.
much he could do, though. I mean, him being on the sideline, it's not his fault. He gets hurt. The Paul George thing is confounding. Why is Paul George not available tonight? He played 32 minutes last night. By the way, was very good. 7 threes, 10 rebounds, scored in a variety of ways. He's everything you wanted him to be. Why is he not available tonight?
You know why. Because they want him to not be available. It's sickening.
Well, why would they want him? That's okay. So you said they want him to not be available. Why would the team not want him to be available? That doesn't add up to me.
Well, because of what we've talked about here. They're load managing their stars. They don't want to play Paul George, who has a history of missing a ton of games in the regular season and postseason, along with Joel Embiid.
I feel like, if that's there has to be nights. This is like a football game or a baseball situation where you're going off straight analytics. There has to be some times where you have to read the room and say, you know what, we're 2-8. We lost last night. We got to get a win here. We got to get a win. We got to get these guys. And if Joel Embiid says, hey, listen, I want to play, it's up to these guys, then guess what? I'm going to take you up on your offer.
Right. I'm with you. Right. It's like never throwing a bullpen session and expecting to go out and be dominant in the World Series as a pitcher. Never taking batting practice and expecting to be a successful hitter, right? Like, it's just not realistic. I don't believe the best way to keep someone healthy is to never play them. I think it's the opposite. Joel Embiid should be playing more. Paul George should be playing more.
The only way to get into game shape is to play games. So if you're deeming that he is not, healthy or up to speed or ramped up or whatever word they want to use, how does he get there without playing?
That's a good question. And he's not working his rear off in Camden on the treadmill. He's never historically been this extremely hard worker. I'm not trying to go out of my way to knock him, but it gives you even more reason to put him in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the whole, this whole Embiid thing in terms of, the whole thing that happened, okay, he's being questioned on whether he wants to play or not. I don't think I question whether he wants to play. Like, I don't, like he said it, like, I've played with a broken phase. I've played, like last year, he probably shouldn't have come back and play.
Technically speaking, I mean, yeah, but we've seen athletes play through worse. Right. And like, that's where I'll push back on you. I'll disagree and say, yeah, like, of course, from a literal sense, he wants to play. He doesn't literally not want to play basketball. Of course, he wants to play, but how badly do you want it? And you just said, read the room. He has to read the room. He has to understand he can't be being shady, not giving full reasons and explanations as to why he's in and out of lineups and in and out in the last minute, right? Like, it's a bad look, and you have to realize that. And they don't.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I feel like they're being extra cautious with both of these guys. The problem is you're being extra cautious because you are deeming that it's early enough in the season that you can afford to be cautious. Now you're up against a Cleveland team that's 12-0, and you're thinking, you know what? We might not win this game anyway. Let's just, follow our plan. But at some point, the plan, you have to look at yourself and say, there has been a wrench put in the wheel because Tyrese got hurt. And we haven't been able to pick up any wins. We might have to divert our idea here. And I know we want these guys healthy for the playoffs, and that's still the plan. But we might have to do something so that we can rest them a little later on in the year, and we might have to pick up a couple wins here because, now listen, they're only 2 games out. That's where this whole hubris and arrogance comes into play here. They're looking and saying, we're only 2 games out as bad as we've been.
Yeah, I mean, they've been non-existent. But if that's their mindset, truly, then that's the root of the problem, I would say.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, if their mindset is, don't worry about it. We can just we'll make these games up. That's where I think, to me, you are not valuing the continuity and having these guys play after it has been something that has burned you many times in your past.
So, looking way too far ahead with a massive hypothetical, but let's play this game for a second while we have a couple of minutes, MG. Let's say the Sixers lose in the first or second round this year. Again, what needs to change? There's been change every offseason seemingly, but like, who takes the brunt of this? Is it Morey? Is it ownership? Is it Nick Nurse?
I don't know. I mean, Nurse looks like he's already frustrated with having to be a part of this whole situation. He's being basically put in the role of what Brett Brown got stuck doing, which was going out there and having to answer questions that he didn't want to have to answer the questions to. And the poor guy stuck out there because, they said, hey, go out there and take the questions. Hey, is Joel play tonight? I'm not answering that question. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, you could see the frustration from him, too. And quite frankly, I don't know. This is a town that loves to blame the coach, and I'm just waiting, and it already seems like it's happening. And apparently Nick Nurse is a terrible coach now.
Yeah, and I can't support that. He's unbelievable. He is visibly frustrated and stressed out. I completely agree with what you said there. It's for me, it's ownership. It's ownership. Like, the Eagles don't have these problems, right? And I know it's apples to oranges, but if you have a great owner, if you have an owner with a vision, I think, I don't know. It's a bold statement by me, but I think
it is a bold statement considering, you've got the other game that we're going to get into on the other side here is the Washington-Philadelphia game, and all of a sudden that team is not a joke anymore. They're not a dumpster fire anymore. No one's laughing at Washington, and they got new ownership in there, and it's the same owner as the Sixers.
Well, yeah, but this is 1 year Washington in the first 8 games looks good, right? Like, let's give it time here. Washington has been consistently inconsistent, but I mean, I hear you. I hear you. So far, looks good.
All right, well, we'll get into that game, Eagles and Commanders, coming up on the other side. The Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, like the channel, and, of course, be a part of the show. We got another chance for you to qualify coming up in just a little bit for this year's 99 Growlers Party. Ethan in Dennisville. He was our 2 o'clock hour qualifier, so congratulations to Ethan in Dennisville. We'll see you at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood for this year's 99 bottles $10.99 Growlers Party. I was going to say tournament. Not a tournament. It's a party. Mud Hen Brewing Company. The Station House is where we'll be, the ultimate spot for your private party or event. Perfect for both intimate gatherings and large celebrations. Book your holiday party November 16th and save 20%. Visit mudhenbrew.com for more information. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation. For generations, call 609-390-3907. Online at broadlees.net. When we come back, the first time in 28 years this has happened. I'll tell you next on the Sports Bash.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Matt Blatt Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Matt Blatt Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing on every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Matt Blatt's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for NEMAC. Negative equity refinance. PIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at 689.8. Offers can't be combined. 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-667 or go to MattBlattNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan. The Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
When you hear Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, you probably think of larger-than-life balloons and show-stopping performers. But this year, for the first time, you should also think of incredible deals, because Macy's is counting down to the big day with our first ever parade of deals happening now. We have big savings on gifts, like 25 to 40% off sweaters and fleece. And every day, find new deals online all the way through the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready.
And get ready for the workday.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Go for holiday bliss. Whether naughty or nice, you are not going to want to miss this. Go for nights that shine with friends, a toast so fine. Go to find Santa's place. Go to see that smiling face. Go to give the gift of cheer with the card that brings dreams near. With endless fun and things to do, it is the gift that keeps on giving too. Go for the dazzling lights, it's quite a sight. Go to Ocean Casino Resort for holiday magic of every sort.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
3:31 on the Sports Bash. Jared McCain and the Sixers tonight against the Cavaliers. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. 7:30 is the tip time. No Joel Embiid, no Paul George, no Tyrese Maxey. I'm Mike Gill. Ryan Rothstein, blogger, podcaster. You know him from the Sports Bash. We've got a Wednesday edition coming up. We got another chance for you to qualify for this year's 99 Bottles Party. That place is going to be packed at Mudhen down in Wildwood. We're going to be there on the 27th of November. We got a bunch of us going down. Going to have a fun show to get ready for the Thanksgiving holiday. 28 years it has been since the Eagles and Commanders have played a game in which both teams were 4 or more games over 500. They will play for first place on the line tomorrow night. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. So here we are. Are we buying in fully? You got Jalen Hurts on the screen behind you there. Are we buying in fully to this Eagles team yet?
Can I force you to explain that a little bit more? What does buy in fully mean to Mike Gill?
You are strapped in and will be disappointed if they are not in the Super Bowl.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I bought that, back in the offseason. Absolutely, right? This team.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of people entering.
There's
a lot of people entering this season that still had the stink of last season, those last 7 games. And I think even this year, well, they're not beating teams. Their defense, but they're playing against the Cowboys and the Giants and, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, there's a lot of people, I think, that are trepidatious about jumping in and buying in.
Yeah, and that's fair, right? Like, you could be worried about Nick Sirianni. Heck, I am as well. I'm with you there, buddy. Anyone
Don't throw me into that.
No, I know. I know you ain't worried about the head coach. It could be anybody, but there's
there are
times.
No. There are times when I think that the coach needs to be changed or the messaging needs to change. Football is different too, because I will say football, the coach does have a big impact. They call every play.
Do they?
They call every play.
Nick Sirianni doesn't.
That's why I don't think Nick. I think people blame Nick too much. He doesn't have.
He doesn't do anything.
That's not fair. Look, I think it's easy to say he doesn't do anything for people who just think my coach has to call plays. There's too much evidence from players who played for Nick who all the words they use to describe him: respect, attention to detail, preparation, situational football, Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson. We just played stuff the other day from Fletcher Cox. These are the top-level, most respected players of this organization, and they all talk about how much respect they have, how prepared he has them, his attention to detail. So I think we just look and say, well, he doesn't call the plays, but what does he do during the week to get that team ready to go?
Delegates. Listen, I'm joking, right? Like, I know he works hard. I know he does a lot, but I'll just say this, not to get us too sidetracked, but in the NFL, you have to have, or not maybe have to have, but if you have a great offensive coordinator, a great defensive coordinator, you can have success as a head coach. Like, that's my point. Where in the NBA, if you have two assistants that are good and you stink, right, like your team's going to stink. So if you surround yourself with success and intelligence in the NFL, I think it can go a long way. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, I look, you're only as good as your staff. I think that's for everything. I think Nick does a good job at knowing what he is good at. And maybe you say delegate. That's a job. Saying
that's
that
a skill, and that's a skill.
Exactly. That this isn't my strength. Let somebody else do it. I think too many times in all walks of life, people are not willing to say, well, I'm not good at this, so I'll just get out of the way. No, I want to be in charge of everything, so I do this, this, and this, and then you're stretched too thin. Like, to me, Nick is a personality that, again, I feel like fans, especially in this market, man, judge the coach way too much. Any coach, Rob Thompson, Doc Rivers, Brett Brown, Nick Nurse, all of them, on their personality or the press conference.
Yeah, well, that's the only place they get to know them, right? And whether that's fair or unfair, I at least understand it, right? And I think you can gauge them on that. Like, I disagree with you there, right? Like, we don't know them as well as being in the locker room, but you get a good idea of what and who Nick Sirianni is. Wouldn't you agree?
Listen, if you went off of Nick Sirianni's press conferences, what he says and the way he acts, he'd be 19-41, not 41-19.
I don't know, man. I don't know, because everything we just said can back up his success. He's had arguably, Mike, the best roster on planet Earth in the last 3 years. He has arguably the best owner on planet Earth in the NFL. Right. So he immediately got put into a situation of success and Super Bowl caliber environment.
I don't know about the roster. I think their defense last year was not good. They did not have the personnel in the defense. And then this is where the team failed, and this is why people are having problems. The organization told us what they deemed the problem of this team to be. They didn't think it was Nick Sirianni. They didn't think they got strong enough coordinators in here to help Nick Sirianni. So they put too much on Nick Sirianni's plate and say, listen, we failed you in this aspect. Let's go get stronger coordinators. They go out and get, obviously, Vic Fangio, a vulnerable veteran who has been through all the wars. And then they go get Kellen Moore, a guy who's been a number one offense. He's been a play caller for 2 different organizations. He's going to come in and handle that. Last year we gave you Brian Johnson, and he had never called plays before. And the other side of the ball, you have a guy who's never really done a lot of defensive coordinating. We failed in that aspect. Let's fix that spot. They went out and fixed that spot, and I think you're seeing the difference on the defensive side of the ball. They also went out and added Saquon Barkley. They didn't have Saquon Barkley last year. They didn't have Quinyon Mitchell last year. They didn't have the talent that they have on the defensive side of the ball that they do now.
No, not even close. And, once again, Howie has been outstanding with some of these additions that he's made to both sides of the ball, but I'm glad you bring up Saquon Barkley, who, when Saquon rushes for 100 yards or more this year, the Eagles are undefeated, 5-0. Where would this team be, Mike Gill, without Saquon Barkley?
It's an interesting one because, they averaged 30 points a game with A.J. Brown. They averaged 17 points a game without him. Saquon Barkley, I think, here's the thing about Saquon Barkley. When they made the signing of Barkley, I liked it a lot because it told me we're going to use this guy. We're not going to pay this guy money and not use him. They had running backs here that were good. Swift was good. Sanders was fine. They both put up big numbers, but I don't think the team ever trusted them. They weren't building a day around him, or they're not building a game plan around him. And by the way, the opponent wasn't building a game plan around him. Now the opponent has to say, if we're getting ready for the Eagles, we have to account for 26. If we're getting ready for the Eagles, we have to account for 11. You didn't have to account for 0 last year, Swift. Terrible number for a running back and terrible number for a defensive end there, Bryce Huff. So you didn't have to account for that guy. And I think that's why they got like the production that they did. Now the Eagles build game plans around plays and drives around having Saquon Barkley.
Absolutely. I mean, I saw Dan Quinn said, their number one priority is going to be put the ball in Jalen's hands and take the ball out of Saquon's hands. Send all 11 to Saquon Barkley. Easier said than done, but I think that's been the attempted philosophy with most of the Eagles' opponents, and that has, in my opinion, want your thoughts, obviously, that has had an impact negatively on Jalen. Right, because teams are saying, hey, no disrespect, Jalen Hurts, but Saquon is such an alien this year that we have to force you to beat us.
Yeah, maybe. And listen, I think that he has played – I thought last game, the first half, I thought he was awful. In the second half, I thought he was excellent. So it was a tale of two halves for him. They blitzed the crap out of him in the first half of that game, and the Eagles did not handle it well. In the second half of that game, they handled it better, and I thought he was much better. But he can't be that. They only threw the ball 20 times last week. I mean, they're winning these games, and he's only throwing 14 times, 20 times. I mean, that's a great way to have to play where you only have to throw the ball 20 times. So if teams are asking him to throw the ball, it's not working because they're only throwing the ball 20 times a game in these wins. And, that's been one of the problems. Well, they didn't score in the first quarter for a couple of, 7 weeks or whatever it was. And yet they kept playing with leads. And that's what this team is doing. They're getting leads and then they're running the ball. That's why they're running the ball 40 times. They have the lead.
Right. Exactly. And it's reminiscent of a couple of seasons ago, the Super Bowl season, where you get leads early in the game, which they haven't done every week, as you already mentioned, Mike, but you run the ball and put games and teams away in the second half and late in games. And it seems like they have done that at least more than they did last year so far. But, listen, I'll say this really quick, that the whole NFL is average outside of 5 teams at the top, 5 teams at the bottom. It's just a below average league right now for a variety of reasons. So you take the opponents and the strength of schedule with a grain of salt, but I'll ask this, this is a huge game against a division rival that you're trying to jockey for first place over with. Then you go on the road to LA against the Rams. Then you go on the road to try and deal with Lamar Jackson and Baltimore. This game is monumental in the rest of the Eagles season. Would you agree?
I agree 100%. I think they have to to win the division, for my money, to win the division, they have to beat Washington both times. I think they have to beat Washington both times because, for me, Washington should be a favorite. They have 7 games left. I can't believe there's only 7 games left in this season. It's crazy. But is it 7? Is that what it is?
1, 2, 3. 8.
8. Okay. So Washington has 8 left, or Philly?
No, Philly.
Okay. I think Washington has 7 left. Washington has 7 left because Philly had a bye already. So the 5 games that Washington doesn't play Philadelphia, I think they're going to be favored in all 5 of them. So theoretically, they can win those 5. And the 2 losses would be to Philadelphia. Philadelphia's going to have to win those 2 games for me. And then if they win this week, that puts them 2 losses ahead of Washington, and you have beaten them once. Because Washington, I think, is going to keep piling up wins. When they play Dallas, I think, twice. They play I want to say Carolina somewhere in there. They do not have a very challenge. They play the Falcons late in the year, and they play the Saints somewhere in there. The Saints could be tricky. That game's on the road. So we'll see. I mean, but to me, the Eagles have to have this game on Thursday night, and it's for multiple reasons. To win the division and to stay and play for the number 1 seed.
Yes. Oh, that's you buried the lead there. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that last point. For me, it's more about the Eagles, right? Like I question Jaden Daniels, right? Like, oh my goodness, an unbelievable season up to this point. But when the calendar starts to turn to December, is he really going to have a flawless season from start to finish?
Well, I think you're starting to see a little bit of the cracks. They got pressured 53% of the plays last week. I think so. There's a blueprint there. He was not very accurate last week. The week before against the Bears, he started to slip a little bit in that game as well. So you wonder, like, the one thing I'm impressed with him, though, is the game doesn't move too fast for him. He's never sped up. Even when he's rushed, he's not rushing. You know, you watch Caleb Williams, he just looks overwhelmed, overmatched. I mean, he just looks like he doesn't know what the heck's going on at times. Daniels might not make the plays, but he doesn't look like the moment's too big for him.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he looks like a vet right now. He looks like a vet, and he looks like an elite vet. Where he has this Washington team neck and neck with our Philadelphia Eagles, who no one would have predicted this at this point. So, man, it's a massive game, and I'm worried as it relates to tomorrow. Are you?
I mean, worried, not necessarily.
Confident.
I would say I would be disappointed if you didn't, because this is a game as we've been talking about. Do you believe in the Eagles? If you believe in the team, this is a game that they're at home. They should win this game.
They should. They should. But being on Thursday doesn't help. Now, I'm not trying to make excuses.
It helps Washington less. They have to travel.
Sure.
Yeah. And
sure.
I just feel like if you want to be a legitimate Super Bowl team, like we're having the conversation, you got to win this game. This is the new kid on the block. You have to show the new kid on the block that they're not ready yet. You know, and it's like the whole thing. You're trying to get a job. How do I get a job if I don't have any experience? Well, guess what? You're not getting that experience at my business. Go get it someplace else. You don't want Washington walking into your business and saying, hey, I'm ready to work. No, Jeff is watching on YouTube. He says, Mike is right. Eagles need to beat Washington 2 times to win the division, assuming – now, all these conversations are always assuming health. And Washington right now, they made the trade for Latimer. He's not going to play in the game tomorrow. That hurts them.
That hurts them significantly.
Because their secondary's not great, and you can beat them down the field and take some shots. Their defense is not great. Period. No. This is not a good defense. So you should be able to put points up. The question is, can you slow their offense down, which has been very solid. Jay Foxy 5 is watching. He says, not buying in yet. One big win doesn't cover up the past concern this team has. So still holding on to those 7 games last year.
He said, not bought in yet. But if the Eagles get the break speed off him, he'll be screaming about how, the season's over, and I'll be screaming with him. So,
all right, that's a wrap for this week. We'll do it Wednesdays. Ryan Rothstein is a blogger, podcaster, and of course, a host on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. At Wise Rye, you can find out what he's up to now and read all of his stuff. And here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man. Thanks.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
All right, we will continue on. We have another sounder for you coming up in just a couple of moments here on the Sports Bash Live, so stick around for that. Sixers and Cavs tonight on 97.3.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season on Thursday Night Football, hosting their NFC East rivals, the Washington Commanders.
He is going deep down the far side of the field. Sleeping for back to back.
Pre-game coverage starts at 7 p.m. with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action starting at 8:15. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Fall into savings. Sage Jewelers, the real jeweler, is offering the latest in diamond jewelry.
Sage Jewelers has GIA diamonds and the most exquisite diamond engagement rings. Come see the selection of lab-grown diamond and fashion jewelry, all up to 40% off. Plus, the Sage Jewelers watch selection is second to none.
Sage Jewelers expert jewelers can also customize anything.
Sage Jewelers, your fall into savings headquarters, all up to 40% off on Tilton Road in Northfield.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
The 90s called. They said the Gordita Supreme is so back in the new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell. It's all looking fresh to death with the pillowy 90s Gordita Supreme alongside the beefy 5-layer burrito, double stacked taco, chips with nacho cheese sauce, and medium drink. All for just $7. It's your wallet's favorite cheesy crunchy combo here for a limited time. Grab yours and relive the decades, only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only. While supplies last. Contact store for pricing participation, which varies. Drinks and speed freezes. Tax extra.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus special financing. Limited time. Find a store near you. Visit sleepnumber.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, celebrating football season with special new menu items. The Kelsey Combo, created by number 62 himself, a handcrafted barbecue burger, world-famous crab fries, and an ice-cold garage beer. Our incredible jumbo soft pretzel, Chicky style, with a heaping skillet of our own in-house crab dip, and our delectable sweet heat wings, where a portion of the proceeds go to the A.J. Brown Foundation. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. Our new menu includes our boneless wing special every Monday. Buy a single order of our mouth-watering boneless wings and get a snack order of boneless wings free. Every Tuesday and Wednesday, it's buy one, get one free snows. Buy any number of delectable snow crab legs and get the same amount free. Plus the Kelsey Combo, tasty buffalo fried shrimp, seafood pasta in our famous Sicilian or red sauce. Participating locations for a limited time. Chickies and Pete's.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, there it is, our contest sounder, 99 Growlers, live at Mud Hen Brewing Company in Wildwood, Wednesday, November 27th. Give me caller number 7 right now at 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are entered into this year's 99 Growlers party, live at Mud Hen Brewing Company, Rio Grande Avenue in Wildwood. We'll have tons of tickets. You know how many tickets? 99 pairs of tickets. Everybody who's there wins a pair of tickets. Eagles, Steelers, club box seats, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, area shows, all that and more. It's all happening at Mud Hen Brewing Company, Rio Grande Avenue in Wildwood. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Jared McCain's going to have to do it himself. Into the lane, right-hand layup, up and good. He took it right down the lane.
It's Sixers Cavs tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser Fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity having a Black Friday sale?
Well, Brian, our best deals of the year are here. Get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Just ask us how. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price.
So don't wait. Bring home a new iPhone 16 Pro built for Apple Intelligence.
And connect to reliable 5G and Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile.
That's a big deal.
More like a gig deal.
Now through December 3rd, ask how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us with an unlimited Plus line. Plus, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and an unlimited mobile line together for only $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing or auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code KIND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code KIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code KIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
Philadelphia's really settled into who they are. It seems like they're playing much better. We've all known that they've had the players to get it done. They have great talent on both sides of the ball. They're really starting to gel as units and play as a team. And I think that that's the thing that's been really fun to watch the last couple of weeks. They're figuring out their identity on offense, and they're starting to really play to their strengths.
That was Jason Kelsey on the New Heights podcast. What are they starting to do well? They're starting to play to their strengths. They're starting to figure out who they are. The Philadelphia Eagles taking on the Commanders tomorrow night right here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher is going to join us for today's Football at 4. And, of course, this hour of the show, it's brought to you by Jersey Cow. It's a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. Jersey Cow has homemade ice cream, small batch, right here in South Jersey with only the best ingredients. Enjoy Jersey Cow in Northfield and Brigantine with all the fall flavors. The best ice cream open every day from 10 to noon. Ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. So, Kelsey talking about the identity of the team. 9 games into the season, this is who the Eagles are. They are a team that I think people are trepidatious about believing in, but they are finding their way. They are finding an identity. They are finding out that they can be a team that depends on Saquon Barkley. They are a team that can depend on the big play. But a lot of it does come down to me, how well the quarterback plays. I mean, all this is great, but if Jalen Hurts doesn't have a great I don't want to say doesn't have a great game that they can't win, but he, as we talked about last hour, if Washington says we're going to put the ball in Jalen Hurts' hand, he has to be able to answer the bell. So we'll get into it with Football at 4. Jeff Mosher is going to join us in just a couple of moments here. This is the second game since the merger in 1970 that 2 outright top teams in rushing touchdowns at this stage of the season. These are the 2 teams that like to run the ball the most. They score the most and get it on the ground. It's Philadelphia and it's Washington. You don't think of Washington much as a team that likes to run the ball all that much. They don't have a Saquon Barkley. Brian Robinson, will he play? Will he not play? The injury report is out. What do we know for at least Philadelphia? Has Washington put theirs out yet?
Washington put theirs out because they listed Lattimore as out. So we do know that Jordan Mailata is good to go.
Well, they announced that earlier today.
Yeah. Mailata is good to go. He is a full participant listed on the practice report. The Eagles have announced they're activating him for the game. No players are listed as questionable or doubtful for tomorrow night.
All right, so Smith is limited on the injury report.
But again, it was an estimation. There was actually no practice.
Yes, but listed as limited, so I guess he's the only one that might be in question tomorrow. Dean, Goddard, Huff, Mailata, and Slay, all full participants for the game. And you would imagine that all of them will be ready to go. And that game, of course, is here on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles pretty healthy. Although you don't have Devontae Smith, that does change things a little bit for you.
Well, again, he's not listed as questionable at all. There's no designation next to his name. So if there was a designation next to his name, I think we should be a little more concerned. But as of right now, it looks like the Eagles are the healthiest they have been since their bye week coming out of that.
Yeah, and that was one of the questions that was asked to Nick Sirianni about being at week 10 or 11 of the season. I think we're in week 11 now. Week 11 of the season and having essentially full health. I mean, this is a league where everybody has been beat up and losing guys pretty regularly. The Eagles, they've lost their fair share of guys, and they've kind of persevered through it. So, none to report on the game status, just a limited participation for Devontae Smith today. If they were to practice, it was a walkthrough, so it's an estimation. But they're going to get Jordan Mailata back on the field. He's going to play left tackle. Fred Johnson will go to the bench, and it just adds another, another piece to this offensive line that's played pretty well. They enter, by the way, 5 straight home division games they have won, tied for the second longest home win streak in the last 20 years this Eagles team has. Think about that. They've won 5 straight home division games. They're going to play Washington with a chance now, if they win the game, to go 2 losses up on Washington. Philly would have 2 losses. Washington would have 4. If that happens, the Eagles would have a 63% chance to win the NFC East, according to ESPN Analytics, and that drops to right now they enter the game with 63. It is 81 if they win the game. It drops to 38 with a loss. So it tells you the importance of this game on Thursday night, and there's a lot of different numbers that we can kind of look through here. Jalen Hurts, 15 career games with multiple rushing touchdowns, 5 more than any other quarterback in NFL history. Can the Commanders keep him in check? He has done a much better job in recent weeks doing stuff with his legs. When the pocket breaks down, sidestepping, and then taking what's given, he looks like he has more of a burst than he had at times last year, times earlier in the year. So I think that's been a positive that has helped him. He ranks in the top 3 in QBR and completion percentage versus man coverage this season. The Commanders use man coverage at the 7th highest rate in the NFL. So if they're going to man up the Eagles' wide receiving core, you can anticipate Jalen Hurts would have a good day against this group. It's not a great secondary for Washington.
No, it's not. A quick rundown of the Washington injury report. So tackles Andrew Wiley and Cornelius Lucas are listed as questionable, but Dan Quinn told the media today that they have both done a good job getting through the week of practice. The expectation is they will go. Brian Robinson will return tomorrow. He is a full go for Thursday night. And we mentioned Lattimore. He has been ruled out. Also has been ruled out, interestingly enough, Mike, is their place kicker, Austin Seibert. So,
how many kickers have gotten hurt this year?
All of them. Except for Jake Elliott.
Unbelievable. Well, he never kicks. Let's go for it. All right, Jeff Mosher's ready to go for today's football at 4. Let's bring him in now as we kind of talked about a couple of keys, one of which is Jalen Hurts and his ability to do stuff with his legs and how much that has evolved this offense. Jeff, last year he looked clunky at times. He looked like a guy who was trepidatious to run the football. And I think in the last 5-game win streak here, you've seen more of him doing damage with his legs. And this is a team in Washington plays a lot of man coverage that you can get that done against.
Yeah, there's no question that Jalen Hurts' ability to run and sort of, I guess, the re-explosion in his run game as compared to last year has been a big part of the Eagles' ability to move the chains. I think it's been a nice compliment to Saquon Barkley, what he gives in the running game. And then just even in the passing game, when things break down, he's been able to make really significant plays throughout this win streak by running the ball. It's funny because Greg Cosell and Adam and I, we do the show Inside the Tape, which will be out a little later this afternoon, if not in a few minutes. And we find plays all the time that we call off structure plays because, you see him not really going to the read where it's supposed to, and then the play kind of gets messed up a little bit because of that. But then he figures out a way to make a great play out of it using his legs, sometimes by running or sometimes by running out of the pocket. If you remember the 30-yard pass to A.J. Brown in the game this past weekend against the Cowboys, if you watch it, and I'm sure coaches do this all the time, right? When they're game planning against Jalen Hurts, it's mind-boggling why he didn't throw it to A.J. Brown when A.J. Brown was open on the in cut. It was a simple 1st and 10 and a beautifully drawn 4-strong play where he's wide open in the zone. But for whatever reason, Jalen's like, nah, I'm not going to throw that pass. And then the pocket breaks down, and then he runs to his left, and it becomes scramble drill. And A.J. Brown then just finds the big hole in the whole void down the field where nobody is because Jalen's scrambling, and then it becomes a 30-yard gain. And you're like, great play, even though that wasn't the design of the play. But his ability to do that is unique. Him, Josh Allen, there are a few quarterbacks who do that, who make good plays off structure when the on-structure play would have been good, but the off-structure play wound up being better.
You know, the other thing here is you have a situation where you are back to full health. Give me the impact in your mind of getting Jordan Mailata back and what that means for this offense, because Fred Johnson has been, he hasn't killed them, but how much different are they now with Mailata back?
Yeah, no, Fred Johnson's been about as good as you can ask for a backup left tackle, who really is a right tackle being asked to play left tackle. But when he has at times been helped out by the coaching staff with a tight end on his side, chipping, blocking, which, is not the full function of your offense. If you have Jordan Mailata out there, you leave him on an island, and that gives you that 5th outlet. And that means that 5th outlet or 4th outlet doesn't need to be kept in for even a second or two to chip. And it just gives you that extra ammunition, especially when you're facing the better teams, to have all your weapons at your disposal and not be limited by keeping guys being kept in or chipping or blocking or anything like that.
Moshe, I know the other thing is you guys handed out your midseason awards. One of them I wanted to kind of get into I thought was interesting because I think you said that the offensive MVP is a landslide, and you go Saquon Barkley, and that seems like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but this team averages 30 points a game with A.J. Brown on the field, 17 points a game when he does not play. It sounds like the offense is a lot different when A.J. Brown's not here. Is he the most valuable guy to this offense?
Fair point. I think that would have been you know how it is with voting. When you win it last year, you can't win it again. I'm pretty sure we gave it to him last year.
You said landslide.
Well, I just think that it's not just the production, but it's when and how he has produced. And then there is a little bit of that production over expectation. He's always been a very good running back, but he's run so much stronger this year. His contact balance has been better than it was with the Giants. His ability to catch the ball down the field has really been useful for them. And I do think that even with A.J. Brown, if they didn't have Saquon Barkley to give that complementary element of their offense, like if you just put DeAndre Swift in there, like you saw last year, they had A.J. Brown healthy, they had DeAndre Swift healthy, but they just weren't right down the second half of the year. Having a guy like Saquon sort of put them over the hump, and he gives you just that much more. So we gave it to Saquon. Remember last year, A.J. Brown had like 5 straight games of 100 and something yards. So I think he was our first half MVP last year.
Well, listen, when they have him 30 points, when they don't 17, that says a lot there. We'll see what this offense looks like with everybody going, because this will be the first time really since the opener. Moshe, they did have everybody healthy for the Green Bay game, and that's the game that they scored the most points. So we'll see what this does for this offense now that they've played with the skill players for the last couple of weeks together. They've been really humming here. You guys talked about the most improved guy, that being Cam Jurgens, and I think that's an interesting one to bring up because I thought one of my big questions in the offseason is, you've played every snap over the last 10 years with Jason Kelce, and now you're asking somebody completely new and completely different to step in that spot, and you don't even notice that Kelce hasn't been here.
Yeah, and it's funny, the same way of talking about that is Cam Jurgens' improvement, and he's done a nice job, and he's done what he's supposed to do. But Landon Dickerson's a guy who nobody ever talks about, and I thought he would be a quiet, like 1A candidate for most improved because he is a guy who I've always felt was a road grader and a mauler, but would struggle sometimes in pass protection. And this year, I don't remember pointing out any kind of egregious pass protection break. He may have one here or there, but I think he's actually also a really improved overall lineman, even though he was already a 2-time Pro Bowler. But when you have Landon playing at that level and Cam Jurgens doing what he's able to do at center and play the position somewhat the way Jason Kelce played it, and you're able to run your offense similarly. Obviously, you have Jalen Hurts making more decisions as far as blitz protections or protections, but still, nice job by Cam Jurgens.
Yeah, and yesterday they released Jack Stoll, I guess, to make room for Mailata returning here. But, man, Grant Calcaterra, interesting here now. They kept Calcaterra, they got rid of Stoll, and now Goddard's a pretty good blocker. But that backup tight end spot was a big question mark, and the two of those guys held down the fort like Goddard was out.
Yeah, we talked about Calcaterra as also a guy who's improved. I mean, he's a willing blocker, even if he's not great at it. Stoll is interesting. You're right. They parted ways with him to clear the way probably for Jordan Mailata to take that spot. But it is now past 4:00, so I would expect Jack Stoll has not been claimed, to my knowledge, by any NFL team. So I imagine he will be re-signed to the Eagles practice squad. And don't be surprised, Mike, if he is elevated for the game Thursday, because he has all of his elevations left. So I would expect that not only, imagine going from getting, waived one day to not starting, but playing significantly for your team. Then about 2 days later, I think that's going to happen for Jack Stoll.
Today, Zach Bond was named the NFC Defensive Player of the Week. He is only the second linebacker for the Philadelphia Eagles since 2020 to win that award. And, man, you talk about maybe the MVP of the defense. I don't know that he wins it, but is that your pick for the guy who has kind of jumped out for defense?
Clear. I mean, I can't even – I don't think I've ever covered the team in my almost 20 years now. What's it, 2005, 2020? Yeah, almost 20 years of covering the team. I've never said an Eagles linebacker was the MVP.
Do you know who the two linebackers were that won Defensive Player of the Week since the year 2000? There's been two. I don't think is fair. Trotter is one. He is one.
Is the other one just so out of left field that it's gonna be really difficult?
No, but I don't really. I'll give you a hint. I don't really view him as a linebacker.
So he's one of those hybrid guys, right? Outside linebacker, edge rusher.
Yeah.
Was that like Reddick?
Reddick. Yep.
Yeah.
Reddick.
Okay.
Like, I don't think of him as a linebacker.
No, we got to start using new terminology now. We got to start using words like off-ball linebacker or stack linebacker or on-the-ball linebacker to really. You remember when the All-Pro team was so outdated, it would have like a fullback on it or something like that, or defenses would be
the fullback's coming back, man.
It is coming back. Coming back.
Yep, the fullback is coming back. Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds podcast, they had their midseason awards. Bond, you gave the first half MVP. Was there anybody else in the discussion?
On defense, no. I don't think anybody you would say has had the impact on defense that other. I mean, Jalen Carter has had some really nice games and flashes, and he's probably the most talented player on the defense. But no, I think it's pretty clear that it's Zach Bond. Now, I don't know what that says about the Eagles defense, to be honest with you. By the end of the year, things can change.
I was just going to say, what does that say about the defense that Zach Bond's the MVP, and this is the second best defense in the league? I mean,
yeah. Listen, we know this. We've talked about it. They'll get some tests. I'm not taking anything away from them, but that Cowboys game was like a scrimmage. But still, we'll see. We'll see in 5 or 6 weeks. Last year they were 10-1, and we probably had all these guys winning MVP, and all this is great. And then by the end of the year, some of those guys, regressed badly. So we'll see.
Let's get your opinion on this. Talking defense, Jaden Daniels was blitzed 53% of his dropbacks on Sunday against Pittsburgh. On all those dropbacks, 31% of them he was pressured on. So 53% they blitzed. They got pressure 31% of those 53 blitzes. He was 1 for 8 for 28 yards. They sacked him 3 times. I don't know. Do you think Vic Fangio watches that tape and say, man, I need to dial up the heat a little more?
No. And I'm glad you asked me this because I want your listeners to understand. Like, I don't know if that's a PFF stat or where it came from, but there are a lot of services that provide these kind of blitz percentage stats that will say anything. Anytime there's 5 men on the line of scrimmage, we consider it a blitz or a pressure. Now, they just played the Steelers. The Steelers constantly play with 5 men on the line, and they probably sim pressure or zone blitz more than any team in the league, which is they show you 5, show you 6, but in the end, they're really just rushing 4. Or they're also a team that kind of believes in that philosophy, and they have TJ Watt, right? So you're going to you want to send 5 so you can get Watt singled up. 5 men versus 5 offensive line. It's hard to then double team TJ Watt unless you want to keep a tight end in, and that goes to your advantage if you're the defense. So this is a totally different defense that Vic Fangio runs. He does do sim pressures, but he's way more 4-man pressure. We've not seen that many 5-man fronts unless the offense comes out with 2 tight ends. That's not how Washington plays. So I don't look at that stat one single bit and make anything about it as it pertains to this coming game. But one thing I will say is, yes, the Steelers pressure a lot, and yes, they have a very good defense. And yes, those stats are sort of like, oh, well, he's only 1 for 8. Well, they scored 27 points against the Steelers defense. So they've moved the ball pretty well, even without Jaden Daniels running around. Jaden Daniels ran for 5 yards, and they still scored 27 points. So nothing about that stat makes me think that there's some kind of flaw in their offense that the Eagles are going to expose. They're just going to have to play good defense.
All right, well, Washington does not play very good defense, and they have not been very good against Saquon Barkley. He averages almost 130 yards per game against Washington in his career. This seems like, and by the way, he's played them 10 times, about 130 yards every time he plays them. But it wouldn't be a shock if he gets it again. That's where Washington really struggles. They're not great in the secondary, and this is just not a good defense.
Which is weird because, they reshaped their obviously they played entirely. You can't even use historical context here because almost every single player they have that Dan Quinn brought in is new. I mean, the only guys that are still there are like Deron Bland, who's good. I'm not Deron Bland, Deron Payne, who's good. And then, I know Jonathan Allen's hurt, but
I mean, they brought in Bobby Wagner. They brought in Bobby Wagner. Luvu, the linebackers. They changed up. They went and got some veteran guys.
Yeah. So I don't think it's a misleading stat. I do think you can run against them, but the problem is they score really well and they don't turn the ball over. Washington only has 4 turnovers. One of them was just this last week when Zacchaeus muffed a punt. So really, they only have 3 offensive turnovers, and they're the 4th highest scoring team in the league. So you know how coaches think, Mike. Fine, I'll be leaky in run defense if I can get a 2 touchdown lead or a 10-point lead because I know the other team's eventually going to have to start chucking the ball.
Jaden Daniels obviously having a really good year, 2,100 yards, 464 yards rushing. What worries you more, Jaden Daniels, the thrower, or Jaden Daniels, the runner?
The thrower. I mean, like I said, if he can put up 27 points on the Steelers defense and only rush for 5 yards, he can do some damage. Not that I'm not worried about his ability to run. Certainly the Eagles will have to be disciplined in their rush lanes, and he could pop a few back-breaking runs, but this guy can throw the ball, and he does a nice job of distributing the ball as well. I mean, I know Terry McLaurin is their leading receiver, as he should be, with 47 catches. But you look up and down, you got Zach Ertz with 37 catches, Noah Brown 25, Eckler has 23, Zacchaeus is 22, Diami Brown is 13, Luke McCaffrey starting to get more involved. So they are not a one-player-centric offense, which makes them tough to defend.
Yeah, and Brian Robinson coming back, I like him a lot. He's a tough the Eagles have had trouble against him. McLaurin has had some good games against Philadelphia. I'm looking forward to McLaurin against Quinyon Mitchell. I definitely want to see if Jalen Carter, this is not a great offensive line. They should be able to get some pressure from Jalen Carter game here. How important, there's 7 games. Washington's got 7 games left. Philly has 8 games left. It's a Thursday night game in November. How important do you see this game here?
Oh, it's huge. Both of these games are going to be enormous because of the schedules that both of them play and the difference between not winning winning division and getting the 2 seed, and then not winning the division and then probably getting the 5th seed, right? You would think that the NFC, well, I don't want to, you never know. There's a lot of football left to play, but it kind of looks like that right now. Winning division will get you the 2 or the 3. Losing will probably get you the 5, and then you're on the road as opposed to being at home if you're the 2 or the 3 in the first round. And to the scheduling point, after the Eagles play the Commanders on Thursday, they're going to have the Ravens, the Rams, and the Steelers in 3 of their next 4 games. Of course, they'll have the Panthers too, and they should win that. But that's 3 games where you can't just say they're gimmies, whereas the Commanders will have the Saints, the Titans, and another gimme team in there that I can't remember. But somebody not that hard to beat. So as long as they're not hurt or not.
They have New Orleans. Yeah, they have New Orleans. I think it's on the road at New Orleans. They do play Atlanta late in the year.
Yeah, but in their next 3, I know it was, like you said, New Orleans. It was the Titans, who are just, terrible. And then they had another game. Oh, the Cowboys. So that's right after the Eagles. So, I mean, you got to, even if you win this game and you're up 1.5, then you got to hope that, you're good against the Steelers and you're good against the Ravens and the Rams, and they're not perfect against those teams that they should beat.
Well,
So
Eagles
they have
enter
the advantage right now.
The Eagles enter the game right now with a 63% chance to win the East. Commanders are at 37. If the Eagles win, that goes to 81. If the Commanders win, that goes to 62. A loss for Philly, it goes to 38. And a loss for Washington, that drops to 19. So major game on Thursday night, and you can hear it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Looking forward to it. Washington, Philadelphia. This has not been a high-anticipated rivalry game for quite some time, but you have it on Thursday night, and you've had it for a long time. If Jaden Daniels is the real deal, this Washington team is only going to keep getting better. Jeff Mosher for today's Football at 4, everybody, here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Jeff.
You got it, Mike. Talk to you.
There he is, Jeff Mosher, and, of course, Football at 4 every day on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe. By the way, the free mobile app you can download thanks to First Bank of Sea City. They provide the free mobile app, which you can listen to Flyers hockey right here on 97.3 ESPN. Speaking of the Flyers, they're off tonight. They're going to play tomorrow against Ottawa. That'll be on our sister station, Rock 104.1, and the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. You can get the app in the Apple Store, Google Play. When we come back, Knicks Nuggets are back. Nikki Earnshaw joins me for another edition of Knicks Nuggets on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When you're not down with that, we got 2 1 for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Warm up your holidays with JCPenney. From snuggly soft women's sweaters just $19.99 to festive family PJs now 40% off. Get ready for winter with all the comfy, feel-good layers you love. Wrap yourself in a warm faux mink throw, only $24.99. It's more cozy, bigger savings for you. JCPenney. Make it count. Offers valid on select styles through 11/21. Deals excluded from coupons. See store or jcp.com for details.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family, so I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot's here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Oh, yeah, Tom. Nissan.
If you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released. Matt Blatt Nissan.com. Tom at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Thursday Night Football, the Eagles home to take on the Washington Commanders. These are the top two teams in the NFC East. Philadelphia, winners of 5 straight games at 7-2, leading Washington by a half game. Commanders sit at 7-3. Both teams are in the top 4 in the NFL in rushing, and Washington under rookie quarterback Jane Daniels winning 7 of the first 10 games of the season. NBA, the Sixers back in action tonight as they host the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're coming off Tuesday's loss to the New York Knicks, falling 111-99. That dropped them to 2-8. Paul George, 29 points in the loss. Joel Embiid made his season debut, played 26 minutes. He scored 13 points. They'll face a Cavaliers team tonight that is unbeaten at 12-0 and lead the NBA in scoring. NHL, the Flyers back in action on Thursday night as they head to Ottawa to take on the Senators. Philadelphia coming off a shootout win against San Jose Monday. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. As cool as today was, tomorrow looks like the coldest day of the week, thanks to limited sunshine, so it will be a pretty blah day, too. Some clouds will roll in late tonight after midnight. It's going to be cold, low temperature 35. Cloudy and cool tomorrow, high 51. Maybe a late day sprinkle, but nothing big. We flip back to sunshine on Friday and start to warm up a little bit. High improves to 58. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
You're listening to the Sports Bag with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, 433 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? It's time for Nicky's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is in the house with another edition of Nick's Nuggets. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, We've got a Nuggets edition today with a lot going on. Sixers lose last night. Nuggets in the house last night, from what I understand. Lower bowl Nuggets for the game last night. But doesn't help the Sixers win. And no Joel Embiid or Paul George tonight. You got that. We got a whole bunch happening. So let's check in with Nikki Earnshaw, host of the Shift podcast. And, of course, weekends producer of The Locker Room on 97.3 ESPN. What's up, Nuggets?
Hey, Mike. How's it going? Nice to see you. Listen, I was at the game last night. Just brutal once again. 0-3 on the season right now. 0-1 in the nosebleeds, 0-1 in the box seats, 0-1 in the lower bowl right now. So attending games for me, not a great ratio at this point. And then the ratio also from Knicks fans and Sixers fans, not as many as the postseason last year, but still enough to make a difference that you can notice the Knicks chance last night. Brutal, absolutely brutal from that.
Yeah,
aspect.
They came through on the TV last night. It felt like the Knicks fans were into the NBA Cup more than the Sixers fans were.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think many of the Sixers fans really cared about the blue floor. I saw. Did you put out a Blue Man group tweet last night comparing it to the Blue Man group? I thought it was hysterical.
I did.
Yeah, it was.
No, I
fun.
said, yeah. I said, if the fans watching at the game tonight, that's what you look like when you walked out of the game after having. I don't understand. I get it. They want to do the courts to try to make it catchy and look different from a regular season game.
Yeah, they're doing a little too much, in my opinion. You just go back to the regular courts, maybe put a logo on there or something. That's fine. But the blue court, it's a little ridiculous. All right, we got to get into nugget number one. Talk about Rusty Embiid. So Nick Nurse after the game called Embiid Rusty. Embiid himself called himself Rusty. And guess what, Mike? I'm going to agree with them and call Joel Embiid Rusty last night. His performance looked like that. There was one play in particular early on in the game where he got out hustled for a rebound. And it just showed that he is not all the way back yet. He needs to play. He needs to get in game shape. He needs more time. And tonight, he's off. So is Paul George. They're both doing their load management thing with the knees. And Embiid even said last night that he wouldn't mind playing tonight, but they're keeping him out. They're following their protocol that they set in the beginning of the season, and Embiid won't play. But I think he needs to at this point. It seems like that injury was more than they let on. The brace was gigantic. It was just another disaster against the Knicks last night, and they could have won that game multiple times. You had a big game from Jared McCain. He was fantastic. But the fact that Embiid was out there, he just looked sluggish. It looked like he hadn't played in a while. And that brace was ginormous, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously looked like he was not ready. The question I have would be why? Why was he not ready? Why was he not able to be prepared to start the season? Look, last year he missed, okay? He did not play from February 1st until April 2nd, okay? He came back on April 2nd after not playing from February 1st. So February, March, April 1st. So we missed 2 full months of the season. And he came back and scored 24 points. The next night he had 29 points. The next night he had 30 points. And then he had 37 points. And he had 32 points. He missed 2 full months and came back and looked like he hadn't missed a beat. He went into the playoffs against the Knicks after not playing essentially 2 months. He played 4 games to get ready for those playoffs. And in the first game of the playoffs, he had 29, he had 34, he had 50, he had 27. Why did he look like he had not played basketball since last year? He played in the Olympics. He played not less than 2 months ago he was playing. It doesn't make sense. That brace was bulky. He was slow. It was head-scratching all over the place.
Yeah, and that's why I bring up early on in the game, him getting out-hustled for a rebound. It looked like, and he talked about this after the game, it looked like that he wasn't fully trusting himself yet because of the knee issue. And It just shows you that this was more serious than they let on. And they tried hiding it, and it didn't work out. It was very evident last night that the knee is a real problem at this point. It's an issue, and he's got to be able to trust that thing at some point. And you got to play him. You're going to sit him on a back-to-back tonight? He even told you he feels ready to go and like he can play. He's got to start trusting it. And then you're sitting Paul George out. Why is Paul George sitting out? That one I can't understand, and we'll get to that in a second. But Embiid's got to be able to trust himself with that knee. It just didn't seem like that last night. The brace was massive. So if he's getting out hustled for rebounds and things of that nature, I mean, that's not a good sign, because you're not going to get the MVP level Joel Embiid we've seen and that we're accustomed to when he's on the floor. It's just not going to happen. And not a great start. I know it's still early November. It's still very early on in the season. There's a lot of time left, but the fact they're already sitting him on a back-to-back is incredible. And then to add Paul George to that mix, Paul George has nothing to do with the Joel Embiid thing. They're sitting him anyway, too. It's mind-boggling. I don't know how they're going to get an offense to mature and to get together and grow if they're both sitting out. So it's amazing. You thought after the signings of George, Caleb Martin, who's been so-so, all of these guys, you thought, all right, this is a squad heading into this season. That has not been the case whatsoever, Mike. They have botched this every way possible, and it's just the soap opera of the Sixers that continues.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I think you look at the situation with Paul George, and I don't know what to think about that. Why is he unable to play? He played 32 minutes last night. He looked great, shot the ball really well. 7 threes, had 10 rebounds, was one of the, creators last night. It's concerning then that he can't play tonight. It's concerning that he cannot play tonight. I look around the league, and I know Paul George has had some injury issues. He had the injury entering the year, but he had injuries entering the year, and he missed games for that already. Okay, he's missed games. He played 32 minutes last night. There's back-to-backs all over the league all the time. Is every star player sitting out? No. People are past the sitting out. The load management thing was a problem a couple of years ago. It's not a problem like this anymore. The only team that didn't get the memo apparently is Philadelphia. That's the problem. Is like Steph Curry. Is he sitting out on a back-to-back every single time? No. The Knicks play tonight. Are they sitting guys out today? They might. I don't know that they are or not. But the Knicks play tonight as well. Is Jalen Brunson not playing? Is Karl Anthony Towns not playing? Is Mikal Bridges not playing? Is OG Anunoby not playing? Maybe. I haven't seen that yet. But I think whatever the plan is, you're not setting you up for success.
No, not at this point. Like, I'm all on board with getting Embiid healthy. You want him to be good to go later in the year, right? Ready to go for the playoffs, because that's been the problem. He has not been healthy for the postseason. Okay, sitting on a back-to-back here and there throughout the season, all right, makes a lot of sense. But the way they've ushered it in and the way they're going about it, they're just going to sit him no matter what. He's played one game. You can't play him tonight? It's crazy. Like, it's the beginning of the year. You got to get him in game shape at some point. It's just mind-boggling that they're not going to play him tonight. After one game, he's been suspended. He's missed time because of the knee issue. Paul George hasn't played. The fact you're sitting him too, is this like an organizational thing now? We're just going to sit all of our stars on back-to-backs? I thought it was just Embiid. Now we're adding Paul George to the mix. It's mind-boggling that this is now bled in to Paul George being sat for games. It's craziness.
And it's concerning. And listen, you're 2-8. You got to look at yourself and say, look, we're 2-8. This is not what we thought we were going to be. We might have to rethink this and maybe, alter our plan a little bit. But hey, listen, there are only 2 games. They're going to make the playoffs. They know it. And that's the thing. I said it before. The hubris that they have is, we know we're making the playoffs. When we get these guys back and healthy, we're going to be able to pile up a bunch of wins, and they'll get to themselves about 45 wins this year, and they'll be stuck in the middle of the seedings.
Yeah, they're very lucky that the East is not very good this year. Not a ton of teams over 500. You've seen Doc Rivers and the Bucks and Giannis and all. They're struggling too. So it's not just the Sixers. There's some bad teams in the Eastern Conference. they'll find their way in, even if it's in the play-in like last year. They will get at least into the play-in at some point. They'll be in the postseason. That's why there's not a sense of urgency from this team, because it's November. If it were middle of the year, then there'd be a little bit more of a sense of urgency, I feel like. But since November, it's like, who cares? We don't care about an NBA Cup. The Knicks do. Good for the Knicks fans that they care about an NBA Cup. Maybe they'll raise a banner like the Lakers did last year. Who cares? All right, nugget number 2. We got to move.
I'll tell you this.
Philadelphia. Yeah,
I'll tell you this. I would trade having these guys play games together for the freaking stupid NBA Cup banner.
Yes,
which I have
1,000%.
no, like, if they won the NBA Cup, okay, the next day when we come in here and do the show, do you think anybody is going to be excited or care any differently than they would be about that game?
Not one bit. Not one bit. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And
listen, you can tell me if I'm wrong. You're a younger guy. Am I misreading this?
No, I don't think you're misreading this. I think it's just embarrassing. The fact the Lakers put a banner up in their building in the Staples Center. They put, or a crypto doc, whatever it is now. Who even knows? But they put a banner in the rafters. If the Sixers did that, and that's what the process was all leading up to this, the Embiid injuries, everything, and all they have to come away is an NBA Cup, I would be mortified. And I don't think really anyone cares about this NBA Cup thing. It's just another way. They're just trying to get viewers because they're losing viewership at this point.
I agree. I think the NBA Cup is, I got nothing.
Yeah.
I tweeted out my...
Put dead air, Mike. Let's just turn the mics off and leave dead air. That's what I think of the NBA Cup.
I tweeted out my idea to fix this cup and make it somewhat interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Who cares? All right. Nugget number 2. We got to talk about the Phillies. There was a little report last night. Buster Olney with a nugget from ESPN about Alex Bregman. He tweeted out the most interesting prediction heard from a rival evaluator. The Phillies land Alex Bregman. His swing translates in that park. Strong defense, lots of postseason scar tissue. That was a report from Buster Olney last night, Mike, that the Phillies could be landing Alex Bregman, but that means Bohm's on the outs, and we talked about it yesterday. I guess the Nuggets were a precursor yesterday for the Phillies offseason and how they would replace Alec Bohm if they did move on from them. And Garrett Crochet is also kind of linked to the Phillies as well. And we know they've had interest in dealing with the White Sox and getting Crochet over here. They didn't want to deal Andrew Painter before. Now they could deal Bohm maybe to the White Sox and then bring Bregman in. You get that star pitcher. Ranger Suarez, maybe he's on the way out too, but they're going to have to deal a couple of those prospects if they do want to get Garrett Crochet. But Bregman, Crochet, that's interesting that those Nuggets are starting to come out there, Mike.
Yeah, Bregman, we talked a little bit about him yesterday. I mean, listen, if you move Bohm and you replace him with Bregman, I mean, obviously, I think you've upgraded your team now. You've added more power. I don't know. Bregman's a guy who hits more home runs than Bohm does, and that's something that this team has lacked behind Bryce Harper. So I do think it would be a better bat behind Harper than what Bohm was. I think Bohm is miscasted in that 4-hole. For him, he's got to be either lower in the lineup, or somebody who hits maybe in that number 2 spot. Somebody who's a little bit better putting the ball in play, hits the ball to all field. He's not a middle-of-the-order guy. So, yeah, the Phillies are saying, look, we need a middle-of-the-order guy. We have a bunch of guys who belong in like the 6, 7 spots in that spot. When you look at JT Realmuto, Bryson Stott, Brandon Marsh, all those guys, they're all profile right around the same type of spot in the order. You can't hit everybody 6 and 7, so somebody has to move up to 4 and 5. And listen, I know Nick Castellanos was much more consistent over the course of the year, but he's getting older too, and you got to stop, you can't say, hey, we're going to enter the season with him hitting number 4 and hope he just has another really good year. No, you want to start to get to a point where, hey, Castellanos, we're going to slide you into the 5 spot because we've upgraded that number 4 spot. So Bregman would be an interesting spot there. Crochet stuff, I don't want to trade any of my big-time Aiden Millers because, listen, again, I don't think pitching's this team's problem, so I'm not giving up offensive potential to bring in another pitcher to this team. So the Garrett Crochet stuff, if you're going to move him, what am I giving up? Now, if it's Alec Bohm, okay, I'm signing up for that. I don't think Alec Bohm gets it done.
Would you move an Alec Bohm and a Justin Crawford possibly for a Garrett Crochet at that point?
Probably not. I mean,
you don't want to move Crawford?
Listen, they need a center fielder. They've got to figure out the outfield situation. I believe they should be more intrigued or interested in having Miller and Crawford in the plans for this year if they're ready, as opposed to moving them.
Yeah, I think if you're the Phillies, you're trying to go for it this year. I think Miller is the guy you do want to keep around, but I don't know. I feel like Crawford be a guy you could trade, but you're gonna have, if you're gonna go get a Garrett Crochet, you're gonna have to move one of those prospects. It's not gonna be Painter. They are not gonna trade Andrew Painter. And
Nor would I. No, and he pitched
can't.
last night. It was his last Arizona Fall League start, and he was very good again.
Yeah, so you can't move him. It'll be fascinating. If they do move Bohm, will it be for Crochet? And does the Bregman thing end up working out? That's something to watch for. Real quick, nugget number 3. We got to talk about tomorrow's game. And, a matchup I'm intrigued with, Mike, is Terry McLaurin versus his Eagles secondary. Now he's had a great career against the Eagles. 10 career games, 58 catches, 847 yards, 4 touchdowns. At this point, they're going to move him around, Mike. I'm very curious to see the Quinyon Mitchell matchup as well as the Cooper DeJean, because we know Terry is going to be lined up in that secondary or in that slot position.
Yep, the Mitchell, I keep saying it every week now. I'm always interested. CeeDee Lamb one week, we got Mitchell. McLaurin the next, we got Mitchell. It feels awesome to have a guy who you say, no, we got the shutdown guy. We've got a guy that you have a receiver. We've got a guy that can match up with him. So, yeah, all these receiver matchups, him and Malik Neighbors matching up. Now, Neighbors, unfortunately, doesn't have a quarterback, but that's going to be a fun battle. Those two guys, the CeeDee Lamb, and you got Terry McLaurin. Having Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean has altered the way you think about this defense now. And by the way, Zach Bond named Defensive Player of the Week. Just had Jeff Mosher for Football at 4. The guys at Inside the Birds, they named him the defensive MVP of the first half of the season.
Wow. I love that. Yeah, Bond's been a massive surprise. They're using him correctly, unlike the Saints did. He's been huge. That defense, this is a big game and a big test for them. So that's going to be fascinating to watch. All right, Mike, 3-pack of nuggets for you today.
3-pack of nuggets. It's Knicks Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. He's back tomorrow as we are live at Chickies and Pete's to get us ready for Eagles and Commanders. Thanks, Nick.
All right, Mike, I'll talk to you.
All right, there are the Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery, Bar, Book, and Games. And that's our contest sounder, 99 Growlers. Yes, give me caller 7 right now. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are entered for this year's 99 Growlers party at Mud Hen Brewing Company, Rio Grande Avenue in Wildwood. Joe in Northfield was our 3 o'clock hour qualifier, and Ethan in Dennisville. Who will be next? 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. We got tons of tickets, 99 to be exact, including a pair of tickets to go see the Eagles and the Steelers, club box seats at Lincoln Financial Field, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, and shows from all over South Jersey. You must be present to win at this year's 99 Growlers party at Mud Hen Brewing Company, Wildwood, Wednesday, November 27th. Caller 7, good luck.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Jared McCain's going to have to do it himself. Into the lane, right-hand layup, up and good! He took it right down the lane!
It's Sixers Cavs tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
I need a new car. Under 20 grand? Okay, well, what's my trade worth? You know what? I'm going to Matt Blatt Kia, where I can get some straight talk.
Brand new Matt Blatt Kia Forte LXS, under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999. With any trades, that's less than most used vehicles. Currently buried in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and into your new Kia with 0 down, 0 payments until February, even 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Blatt Kia in stock. So bring any trade, because if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we want to get you approved today.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 24 ED9, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit and down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblackkiafj.com for complete details. Or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. KMF rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 12/4/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a My Lowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals on holiday decor, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards, because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered, with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
If fashion is your thing, eBay is it. eBay's where I find all my favorites, from handbags to iconic streetwear, all authenticated. For real. This time, a little Supreme, some Gucci. I even have that vintage Prada on my watch list. That's why eBay's my go-to for all my go-tos. Yeah, eBay, the place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion. eBay, things people love.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Fall into savings. Sage Jewelers, the real jeweler, is offering the latest in diamond jewelry.
Sage Jewelers has GIA diamonds and the most exquisite diamond engagement rings. Come see the selection of lab-grown diamond and fashion jewelry, all up to 40% off. Plus, the Sage Jewelers watch selection is second to none.
Sage Jewelers expert jewelers can also customize anything.
Sage Jewelers, your fall into savings headquarters, all up to 40% off on Tilton Road in Northfield.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Time to work on your gift list with Black Friday deals at the Home Depot. Right now, get a select tool from top brands like Ryobi and Milwaukee for free when you buy a select battery kit. Choose from reciprocating saws, multi-tools, sanders, and more. Whether you're stocking up on power for your personal workshop or grabbing the perfect gift for someone else's. Get Black Friday tool deals delivered from the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Tired of hearing no? Everywhere you go, we turn no into go during Black Nissan's November sales event. Say no to high-priced new cars. Brand new Matte Black Nissan Sentra S, just $19,999. Say no to low trade offers. AJ the Trade Man wants your trade, no matter the make, miles, or condition. Say no to down payments. Say no to payments for 90 days. And say no to high interest rates. 60 months, 0% financing by every clearly marked new Nissan. Backed by Matt Black's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Tired of hearing no to a discount on a new ride? New 25 Sentra S, under 20 grand.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Black Nissan.
Approved Tier 1 credit for Nissan. Negative equity refinance. VIN number SY231649. MSRP 22,730 plus tax tag at $689.8. Offers can't be combined 0% for 60 months. Call 877-289-6667 or go to MadBlackNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 12/5/24. It's on at Mad Black Nissan, the Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Ooh, that's good.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
5 o'clock, final hour of the show. Got a good one for you. Ross Tucker from the Ross Tucker Podcast, CBS Sports, Westwood One Radio. He's going to be on the call tomorrow night for national radio of Eagles and Washington. Going to get his thoughts. He's really good at breaking stuff down. Had him on at the Super Bowl and look forward to having him break down what he sees from this Eagles team right now. We got him coming up in about 15 minutes from now. So stick around for Ross Tucker here on the Sports Bash. Then we got tonight's Big Three. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, and we got another chance for you to qualify for this year's 99 Growlers party. Looking forward to that. Jason Kelsey on the New Heights podcast talked about the improvement of the Eagles' offense, and he says the Eagles have found their identity. They're playing to their strengths. If you didn't hear the bite, what's their identity and what's their strengths? 609-403-0973. We played it earlier in the show. We'll play it here in a couple of minutes. But Jason Kelsey said the Eagles have found their identity and they're playing to their strengths. I'll ask you guys out there listening on your drive home from work right now. What is their identity and what is their strengths? What do you think Jason Kelsey thinks the identity of this Eagles football team is? 609-403-0973 on the text board. 609-403-0973. Because they are sixth in the league in total yards in the NFL. And how about this number? The Eagles have thrown, with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith on their roster, they have thrown the fewest passes in the league. Think about that. All the money they invested into wide receivers, and they've thrown the fewest amount of passes in the league. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think it's a good thing because it tells you that they have figured out who they are. and it's giving them leads, and because they have leads, they're able to run the football. And when you have a lead, you can run the football. And why? Because we have a back that we trust. We have a back that we know that can grind a game out. We have a back that we know that can wear the defense down. We have a back that we know that can just beat up the other team and take their souls. Hello, Dallas Cowboys. Welcome. I love did you see what Landon Dickerson, this was on the video, what he said before the game?
We can't say it on the radio.
No, but great. Landon Dickerson, who doesn't say all that much, he didn't
need to.
He personified what that game was. And he was like, let's kick the beep out of this team and make them have to say, damn it, we have to play this team again. Like, we want to beat this team up so bad that the thought after the game for Dallas is, oh, man, we have to play them again.
It's like the inverse of when Pedro Martinez says, call me daddy, with the Yankees. It's like the opposite. It's like, no, I'm telling you, you're going to call me daddy at the end.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he was like, took joy in the fact. He was like, beat these Cowboys, blah, blah, blah. And let's make them have to remember that they have to play us again. Like, that mentality is, to me, what really stands out. Because when I saw this number, that the Eagles have the 6th most yards in the NFL despite throwing the fewest passes in the league, that is almost unfathomable in today's game. To have the 6th most yards in the league without throwing the football all over the yard. And who gets the credit for the offensive success that this team is starting to have? And Jason Kelsey talked about that on the New Heights podcast.
It's clear that him and Kellen have really started to build a chemistry as to what this offense is now. It looks like it has an identity. They lean on Saquon. They allow it. They run the football. They're doing the play actions. They're doing a little bit more under center stuff, and which lends yourself to some different play actions than you can do from the gun. And they've done some really good things the last 3 or 4 weeks. It's fun to watch right now.
He talked about they've added some, different play actions. What did we talk about a while back? Man, the play action, getting under center would help their play action game out. If they got under center just a little bit more, it would accentuate the play action for them, and it would allow the defense to think, they might actually hand the ball off to this guy. And that freezes the linebacker just enough. Old school football. I hate to be like, old school football. But these linebackers who like to fly around in coverage, they're not guys who want to stuff the run. But when you go under center, it makes the perception of when you're under center, you're going to run the ball. Nobody goes under center unless they're going to run the football. You get under center, and then voila, you play action. And this is where, listen, whether you're a Jalen Hurts fan or not, one thing you have to acknowledge is that Jalen Hurts throws a great deep ball. And he puts the ball, man, bang, right where it needs to be a lot of the time. It is quintessential for this team to be able to use that play action with the weapons they have. And that is one of the things that Jason Kelsey talked about, that they have this relationship now where it's like, hey, let's set them up. Let's set them up. And listen, it is sometimes taken for granted by us as fans who just assume, hey, they have training camp and all this time they spend together in training camp that you're just going to mesh and gel. Well, sometimes you need to actually play games and see guys in games to get a feel of what they are and who they are. I might see a guy in practice and be like, hey, I really like this kid, man. In practice, he's great. And then he gets in the game, I'm like, he didn't look like that in the practice field. You have to get a feel by watching them play. And Kelsey crediting the relationship with Hurts and Moore, I think should make Eagles fans say, okay, I like what I'm hearing there. Because since the bye week, this team is averaging almost 30 points per game over the last 5 weeks. The first 4 weeks of the year, now they had a lot of injuries, averaging 21. If you go back to the tape back when I said, how many points a game should this Eagles offense? I said right about 29.5 points a game. Why? Because I don't want to say a team should average 30 points a game in the NFL because that's asking a lot. So I put it right underneath at 29 points a game. And that's where they are right now. This team is averaging 29 points a game over the last 5 weeks. And I can hear a guy sitting at a traffic light right now beeping his horn and yelling at somebody, and he's saying, but wait a second. They played Dallas. They stink. And the Giants, and they stink. Listen, you got to still put up 29 points a game because you look around this league every week and you're thinking, how the heck did the Bears lose to the Patriots? And how the heck did the Falcons lose to the Saints? You're not asking why they didn't score 29 points a game. You're asking how they freaking lost. The Eagles aren't losing. They're putting up prolific numbers. And how important will it be to get A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert and Saquon Barkley all playing together with their offensive line that is back healthy and seeing this team the second half of the year meshing and gelling? So Jason Kelce says they have found their identity and they are playing to their strengths. What do you think that Jason Kelce thinks their strength and identity is? Let's take a listen.
Philadelphia's really settled into who they are. It seems like they're playing much better. We've all known that they've had the players to get it done. They have great talent on both sides of the ball. They're really starting to gel as units and play as a team. And I think that that's the thing that's been really fun to watch the last couple of weeks. They're figuring out their identity on offense, and they're starting to really play to their strengths as a unit.
Similar to what he said about Hurts and Kellen Moore, right? That they're figuring it out. They're playing to their strengths. The team's identity is figuring it out. They're starting to play with their strengths. John from the Village says the running and letting our great offensive line push the defense around is our identity. We're the defense down and control the clock. That's how we win games. John, a lot of that makes a lot of sense. And what did I say for weeks? The star of this team is who?
The offensive line.
The offensive line. That's the identity. Is our offensive line is going to beat your ass. And that's Landon Dickerson. Somebody just texted in. Landon Dickerson's the best guard in the league. He might be the best guard in the league, but he is also the tone setter. You know, Landon Dickerson doesn't say much, but when I heard him say what he said the other night, it told me he gets it. He knows who they are, and he knows who they need to be.
And that's part of the reason why the Eagles drafted him, because remember, Mike, you had guys like Brian Baldwinger and the guy who's coming up, Ross Tucker, on with you in the past. When they drafted Dickerson, they both told you here on 97.3 ESPN that the Eagles didn't draft Dickerson in the second round because he was the best offensive lineman in terms of he's rated this, rated that. No, look what he did at Alabama. He was, what was that word you just used? A tone setter at Alabama. And he's done the same thing here in Philadelphia. That's two former offensive linemen telling you that.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe. We're your home for Sixers basketball tonight. Sixers take on the Cavaliers. No Joel Embiid, no Paul George. Coming up, though, we'll have Ross Tucker from Westwood One, CBS Sports, and the Ross Tucker Podcast. That's next. This is the Sports Bash.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small.
Can't wake up without it.
Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Go for holiday bliss. Whether naughty or nice, you are not going to want to miss this. Go for nights that shine with friends a toast so fine. Go to find Santa's place. Go to see that smiling face. Go to give the gift of cheer with the card that brings dreams near. With endless fun and things to do, it is the gift that keeps on giving too. Go for the dazzling lights. It's quite a sight. Go to Ocean Casino Resort for holiday magic of every sort.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser Fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Into savings, Sage Jewelers, the real jeweler, is offering the latest in diamond jewelry.
Sage Jewelers has GIA diamonds and the most exquisite diamond engagement rings. Come see the selection of lab-grown diamond and fashion jewelry, all up to 40% off. Plus, the Sage Jewelers watch selection is second to none.
Sage Jewelers expert jewelers can also customize anything.
Sage Jewelers, your fall into savings headquarters, all up to 40% off on Tilton Road in Northfield.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. Make a selection from our seasonal food menu, then unwind with one of our sensational cocktails. The South Philly Sizzle, made with Bird Gang Habanero Tequila. Stateside Pumpkin Pie featuring stateside vodka, rum chata, and pumpkin puree. Delicious fiery sangria. Tasty spiced apple punch, or the Campfire Mule at participating locations for a limited time. The official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. We're teaming up with Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown for a new wing flavor this football season. A.J. Brown's Sweet Heat Wings. We combine the sweet and spicy flavors AJ loves, plus a portion of the proceeds benefit the AJ Brown Foundation and its focus on empowering underprivileged youth. At participating locations for a limited time, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
You're a winner when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. Now through December 28th, earn entries for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Range Rovers. Visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Philadelphia and Washington Thursday night football as the NFL kicks off week number 11. The Eagles on top of the NFC East at 7-2. They've won 5 straight games. Washington just a half game back at 7-3. And the Commanders have won 7 of the first 10 games of the season with the rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels. Both of these teams are in the top 4 in the league in rushing yards. NBA, the Sixers taking on the unbeaten Cleveland Cavaliers tonight. And coming off Tuesday's loss to the Knicks, where the Sixers fell Tuesday 111-99, dropping to 2-8. Paul George, 29 points in the loss. Joel Embiid played 26 minutes in his season debut. He put up 13 points. The Cavaliers lead the NBA in scoring. They are 12-0, putting up 122 points per game. And in the NHL, the Flyers are back in action Thursday night in Ottawa to take on the Senators. Philadelphia coming off a 4-3 win over San Jose Monday. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
This is an important safety message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone can. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI.
A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. As cool as today was, tomorrow looks like the coldest day of the week, thanks to limited sunshine, so it will be a pretty blah day, too. Some clouds will roll in late tonight after midnight. It's going to be cold, low temperature 35. Cloudy and cool tomorrow, high 51. Maybe a late day sprinkle, but nothing big. We flip back to sunshine on Friday and start to warm up a little bit. High improves to 58. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Celebrate the holidays at Mud Hen Brewing Company. Friday, December 6th. Don't miss their White Christmas Party with circus performers, adult face painting, and live music by Don't Call Me Francis at 7 p.m. Then on Saturday, December 7th, join them for their Christmas tree lighting and hospitality night with Santa, a milk and cookie bar, free face painting, and caricatures. Enjoy live music by Animal House to keep the party going. Join the festive fun at Mud Hen Brewing Company, Wildwood. For details, visit mudhenbrew.com.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
Come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
517, the Sports Best. Yes, we'll be live at Mud Hen Brewing Company. That's going to be happening on November 27th. Another chance for you to be there is coming up at the end of the hour. Ross Tucker, football analyst for Westwood One Radio. He'll be on the national call tomorrow night, CBS Sports. You'll hear him this weekend. He's the host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts. You can follow him on the X platform, social media, at Ross Tucker NFL. And he joins us thanks in part to myfrontpagestory.com. The best gift ever. Sadly, we're in the holiday season already. That means football is almost done. Ross Tucker, what's up, buddy?
Mike, what's up, man? No, dude, it's only week 11. We got 2 months till the playoffs even start. So we still got a ways to go. I'm fired up. I will say this. I wrote about it in my column for the 33rd team, which will come out later this week. I can't ever remember this many teams feeling like they're already out of it. I mean, there's 11 teams that have 3 wins or fewer in week 11 in mid-November. That, never happens in the NFL. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, it's been a it's funny you say that because you would think with all these have-nots that there's a bunch of haves, but it feels like it's Detroit, Kansas City, maybe Buffalo, and then it's like who's 4, who's 5. Like there's not a lot. It's not a top-heavy league either.
No, you know what's interesting on multiple levels? I actually think that there is a decent amount of – I mean, there might not be a bunch of really great teams, but there's a lot of teams that are really good. I mean, tomorrow night, obviously, Commanders, Eagles, 7-2, 7-3, you're doing work in the NFL, right? The Ravens and Steelers are both in the Ross Tucker Podcast Power Rankings top 7. Obviously, the Chiefs and the Bills. What I think is actually more interesting this year is there's not much of a middle class. There's usually 5 really good teams, 5 really bad teams, and then 25 teams in the middle. This year, to me, it feels like there's almost 8 to 10 really good, 11 or 12 really bad, and just not that many in the middle. We're getting to the point where they'll start to show the playoff race and they'll show the in the hunt graphic. And it just feels to me like there aren't that many teams really in the hunt. It's kind of like you're in or you're out.
Ross Tucker, you have myfrontpagestory.com. If we were writing the front page article about Philadelphia, are they top half, middle of the road? I'm obviously not at the bottom, but there's a lot of people, you know this, man, these people still think that 1-7 finish is lingering.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think they're one of the best teams in football. And I feel pretty confident about that. I think I had them on the Ross Tucker Podcast Power Rankings 4th this week, 2nd in the NFC. I think I went, Mike, Chiefs 1, Lions 2, Bills 3, Eagles 4. Then you get to the Steelers, Ravens, Commanders. I can't remember off the top of my head. So, no, I mean, listen, the Eagles defense, since the bye, since they figured out Vic Fangio's defense, since they put Cooper DeJean in at nickel, they have been absolutely lights out. I mean, the likes of which you rarely see in the NFL. I mean, they're holding teams like the Giants and Cowboys to less than 50 yards net passing in an NFL game. When they're beating them by 20-some points, that's unheard of. And then offensively, that's really never been a debate. I mean, they have a top 5 running back, obviously, if not the best. They have a top 5 receiving duo, obviously, if not the best. They have a top 5 tight end. They have a top 5 offensive line, obviously, if not the best, especially getting Mailata back tomorrow night. And then they have a quarterback who is playing much better than he did the first 4 weeks. Over the last 5 weeks, Jalen has really improved his game. So, I mean, I don't know. There's not that many positions. I just told you the defense is awesome, and I told you they're top 5 at every position on offense. That sounds pretty good to me.
Well, the pushback, Ross, is, Dallas isn't very good. The Giants aren't very good. Jacksonville stinks. You talked about the bottom half. Well, they just blew through a bunch of them.
Well, that's correct. They have not played a tough schedule recently. That said, they went on the road. They beat the Bengals by 20 in Cincinnati. Who else is doing that?
Right.
And the schedule will play itself out over the next few weeks. We know that. But they're doing what you should do to bad teams. They're smashing them. I actually just posted on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. They've outgained their opponents by 900 yards the last 5 games. I mean, you're talking about almost 200 yards a game. That just doesn't happen in the NFL where on average you're outgaining your opponent by almost 200 yards. So, yeah, they haven't played great teams. They're still NFL teams. I was in the booth a few weeks ago for CBS when the Browns beat the Ravens, right? I mean, the Saints just beat the Falcons. Bad teams in the NFL step up and give good teams games. They beat them sometimes. The Eagles, I guess the Browns game was somewhat competitive with the blocked field goal for a touchdown. And the Jags game somewhat competitive after the faulty Saquon fumble call. But other than that, nobody's gotten within a score of them. It's really, really impressive. So hard to do in the NFL.
Ross Tucker, one of your former teams is Washington. It's the first time these two teams will play with something on the line in almost 30 years. I mean, these two teams have not been good at the same time. What impresses you about Washington, and why should the Eagles be leery of them on Thursday night?
Well, they are legit good, and primarily because they got the guy. They got a franchise quarterback. I mean, Mike, I played for 5 teams, 7 years. I was on the Patriots when we had Brady. I was on other teams when we didn't have anybody close to Brady. And I just can't tell you how much of a difference it makes, the entire vibe. And I'm not even just the players, man. Like the ticket guys, like the equipment managers, like the whole building is different when you have a legit guy at that position, like the Commanders do in Jaden Daniels. And you know what's crazy too, Mike? You'll appreciate this. Every quarterback guru that came on my show before the draft, I'm telling you, Louis Riddick, Greg Cosell, of course, he's on every week, Dan Orlovsky, Chase Daniel, Sean King, they either said they liked Jaden more than Caleb Williams, or as they talked about it, Phil Simms, as they talked about it, you could tell they liked Jaden Daniels more than Caleb Williams. So I'm not that surprised. Now, their roster is not nearly as good as the Eagles' roster.
Right.
They know that. I mean, there's not even that many guys for the Commanders that would start for the Eagles. But they've got the quarterback, and they've got the belief. And what that's done is that's elevated an average line to above average. It's elevated an average defense to a little bit above average. And that's huge. That's the difference in the NFL. I mean, that guy, that position, right or wrong, it's the difference maker. I mean, it's the thing that differentiates, for the most part, the good teams from the bad teams.
All right, we're talking with Ross Tucker. He'll be on the national call for Westwood One Radio. I'm going to cosplay as Ian Eagle, and I'm going to toss it to you, Ross Tucker. Give me the key to this Thursday night football game. When we do the open for Thursday night football on Westwood One, what is top of your list of things when you're watching this game?
Well, for the Commanders, I think you really, really want to adopt the strategy they had a couple years ago when Taylor Heineke came into the link and beat the Eagles. The only loss that year, by the way, for the Eagles with Hurts as their starting quarterback. Play keep away. Run the rock. Make the Eagles prove they can stop you. So run it on first, run it on second, third down, convert some third downs with Jaden Daniels, but play keep away, shorten the game. The Eagles are the more talented team, so I think that's the key for the Commanders is to run the football and have a good establishment of the run. For the Eagles, it's really probably just turnovers, right? I mean, you know, they're very, very talented. If they win the turnover margin, or at least don't lose the turnover margin, and you can say this about any team in any game, but it really feels like they can be better than anybody if that's the key. Now, I'll say this, too. Make somebody other than Terry McLaurin beat them. I mean, it feels like Terry McLaurin kills the Eagles every time they play. Fangio's got to come up with something where it's not Scary Terry killing them.
Well, they do have Quinyon Mitchell. He's changed a lot for this team. Ross Tucker, tell us real quick. It's the holiday season. We started with that, myfrontpagestory.com. You told us a little bit about it at the Super Bowl last year, but that was post-holiday season. Tell the people for the Christmas season, which is now here.
Yeah, you know what? My buddy started the company. It's genius. You talk to a writer on the phone for 10 minutes while you're driving home from work, or if you want, you can even fill out an email, tell them how great your significant other is, or maybe your mom, whoever you want to get it for. They write this incredible story, Mike. It looks like it's on the cover of like the newspaper, like the Philly Inquirer, framed pictures of your mom or your wife with you, the kids, the whole deal. I'm just telling you, when they see these pictures and see themselves on the front cover, they don't even know what it is. They're like, wait, what is this? They're blown away. And then they read the quotes from you telling them how special, or the kids giving quotes about how great your wife is. They will cry. I can almost guarantee they will cry. Before you think about any other Christmas gift this year, check out myfrontpagestory.com, myfrontpagestory.com.
All right, Ross, we'll be tuned in. And, of course, the Eagles and the Commanders and Ross Tucker. Check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Follow him on social media at Ross Tucker NFL, and you can get clips of his social media, the podcast and the show. Always does great work. Have a good call on the game, and we'll catch up with you soon, man.
Thanks so much, Mike. Take care.
Always good. Ross Tucker NFL on the X platform here on the Sports Bash. There you go. Some breakdowns quickly. My biggest takeaway from what Ross just said, and I like Ross, Princeton guy, smart guy, so he gets it, right? It was quick, concise, and simple. For Washington, he says play keep away. Think about that. Like, he was almost treating Washington as if they were the team with Tyler Heineke a couple of years ago. Play keep away. Run the ball. Now, they're one of the better running teams in the league because of the fact that they have leads. And the other part about it that made it sound like, you heard what he said, the Eagles are the more talented team. They're better. The thing that stood out to me from that conversation is, how does Philadelphia lose this game? He said, well, the turnovers. Essentially, if they don't turn the ball over, they're just simply too talented for Washington to contend with. Did you guys get that same vibe as well? As Philadelphia's just too talented for Washington? And as long as Philly doesn't make mistakes, they're just the better team here. That was my kind of takeaway from my cosplay of being Iron Eagle there.
Yeah, I don't think Ross was trying to overtly marginalize Washington, but I think he was saying, look, there is a disparity on these teams in terms of matchups, mono versus mono situations. And he said, look, outside of Scary Terry McLaurin, it's not like Washington has a ton of weapons for you to worry about. And he said, yeah, you are concerned about the quarterback because he's that good, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
But he said, look, Mike, he said, I'm not really afraid. If I'm paraphrasing what he said, I'm not afraid of Washington if I'm on the other side of the field.
And you have Quinyon Mitchell. How much does that change the mindset if you're Vic Fangio now? Like, oh, man, I got this guy that I trust. He can shut down Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin's very good. I would put McLaurin, I would say he's not a 1A. He's in like that next tier.
Sure, he's kind of like in that Chris Godwin category, that like not 1A but 1B kind of player.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I would say like I don't know, is Stephon Diggs a 1A, or is he like the next tier down?
I would put him the next tier down.
Yeah, like McLaurin.
He's like Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Garrett
he's like,
Wilson.
The problem for McLaurin has been he has never played with the quarterback.
Right, he's played with doo-doo quarterbacks.
He has been stuck with Tyler Heineke's and Carson Wentz and Sam Howell.
Josh Johnson for a few starts.
Yeah, he has not had the privilege of playing with.
This is the best quarterback he's ever played with, which is wild to say.
So I definitely think that Philadelphia feels that we're more well-equipped to figure out a way to stop McLaurin. Now, do you like their secondary pieces? Their ancillary guys? Do you like them? Noah Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus.
Think about the names
Luke
you just
McCaffrey.
said. I mean, guys who don't really make an impact on other teams. And that's why Daniels is kind of like Stroud last year, right? Who, by the way, Noah Brown played with Stroud last year. It's the idea that you have this rookie quarterback who is taking these randos and turning them into somebodies.
Yeah. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We'll do today's Big Three. We got that coming up, plus another chance for you to qualify for the 99 Growlers. That's on the way. Thanks to Ross Tucker for joining us here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up in the Big Three today, we got a bunch to dive into, including, by the way, Sixers tonight, 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN. They put out the college football rankings. Should one team be ranked higher? Did one team get so disrespected? That's coming up. Plus, we will get into the Sixers not having Embiid and George as they get ready for that game tonight in about 2 hours on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Jared McCain's going to have to do it himself. Into the lane, right-hand layup, up and good! He took it right down the lane!
It's Sixers Cavs tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
I need a new car. Under 20 grand? Okay, well, what's my trade worth? You know what? I'm going to Matt Blatt Kia, where I can get some straight talk.
Brand new Matt Blatt Kia Forte LXS, under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999. With any trades, that's less than most used vehicles. Currently buried in a loan or lease, Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and into your new Kia with zero down, zero payments until February, even 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Blatt Kia in stock. So bring any trade, because if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we want to get you approved today.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 24 ED9, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit and down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblackkiafj.com for complete details. Or 888-505-6679. Our price includes no cost to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. You're paying after rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 12/4/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays, and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 11/16, in-store only.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? Because I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble Fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser Fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe.
severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have a full tank of gas first, before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I'm Mike Mackler. At Goldenberg Mackler, we represent you, not the insurance companies. When seriously injured in any type of accident, call us. We'll speak with you for free and fight to get you the money you deserve. When injured, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler.
For the best lawyer, call Goldenberg Mackler. With 4 convenient locations to better serve you: Atlantic City, Northfield, Rio Grande, and Vineland. Call us at 609-344-7131.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, 3:39 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Thanks to Ross Tucker. He'll have the national Westwood One radio call tomorrow night for Eagles and Commanders. Don't forget, follow us on social media at Mike Gill Show, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. I got the ratings for last night, Josh.
Oh, yeah?
Night 1 of the NBA Cup averaged 1.9 million viewers, up 71% versus night 1 of the Cup last year. It peaked at 2.6 million viewers for the start of the Dallas Golden State game. That won the night in cable prime for persons 18 to 34, persons 25 to 54, and persons over 50. And inside the NBA audience was up 41% year over year. So a big night for NBA Cup Game 1, 1.9 million viewers for the 2 games, Sixers, Knicks, and then, of course, you know, the Dallas, the whole Klay Thompson really won some people over.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm wondering how much of that bump was Joel Embiid's first game back, Klay Thompson's first game in Golden State, versus it being NBA Cup. You know what I mean?
Well, the NBA Cup, to be fair, did do decent in the ratings. They, like, for the championship game last year, it did about as well as like a Christmas Day game. It did about 4.5 million for the finals in Vegas and all that. So that, I mean, it is the Lakers and they were in the finals. If it was Indiana was the one team in the finals. Let's say it was Indiana and Sacramento or Utah,
Sacramento,
right?
yeah.
Well, either one. Is that doing well? I don't know about that.
Probably not. I think at the end of the day, the NBA is a star power league. I've always felt that way. So to me, if last night's NBA Cup games were, and again, to use the teams that you used, Sacramento and Utah being the late game, and the early game being, you know, let's say Knicks in Atlanta. Like, are you really getting the same numbers?
No. I don't know. Listen, I don't. The Cup, the NBA Cup thing is doing nothing for me. I'm not anti-NBA Cup. I just don't. It's the format to me is the problem. I think the format could be better. I think make the whole month of December the NBA Cup month. Make it a whole month. Randomize the groups so that it's not all East on one side and West on the other side. You have to make it different from an NBA championship.
Correct.
So how is that different? East versus West? Put them all in a hat, pick them all out that way. Make it something. How do the groups get picked? I don't know. Do a TV show. Hey, let's find out the NBA Cup brackets. We're going to do it live on TV and have the groups picked out in that style. Make it the whole month of December and Christmas Eve There's your Final Four in Vegas. Think about that. People travel to Vegas for the Final Four, Christmas Eve, and then you could play your championship game that weekend. What are you laughing at? What is so funny?
Because you literally, again, described what they do with European
I don't care
football.
about European soccer.
No, but I think it's important to point out they literally make an entire television show and they select the teams that play in these cups in a randomizer with a lottery balls.
Yeah, do something like that. Make it something different. This is just, hey, we took 5 teams, put them into a group. You're going to play like a regular season game. So NBA Cup nights are Tuesdays and Fridays. Okay, you could do that throughout the month of December.
Sure.
The entire month of December could be NBA Cup games on Tuesdays and Fridays. And by the way, you can play more than one round robin. You can play the 5 teams in your group, maybe play them each week. You know, you play Orlando one night, New York the next night. You can make the whole week an NBA Cup game. They could do so much more with this to make it feel like it's a bigger deal. It just doesn't feel like a big deal because they put a blue court.
No, it feels lazy.
The
to me.
green court in Boston was so bad.
The red court last year was horrible.
The
too.
red court was bad. The blue court, well, it wasn't great. I mean,
It's
I
a
get
moderate improvement.
They're trying to catch your eye when you flip the channels and you say, "Oh, look at this." It doesn't. They don't need to do that. They can do other things to make this thing seem like it's bigger than it is. Because quite frankly, it's not big. Nobody cares. You won the NBA Cup. Who cares? Whatever. But make the whole month NBA Cup month. That would get people to say it's NBA Cup month. And if you did it the way that I'm suggesting, at the end, you could say, my team was the definitive best team in the league because it wasn't East versus West.
Right.
It was the best team. And
Exactly.
that, you have a shot then to say, you won the championship, East versus West. We won the thing that was the whole league was involved. This East versus West, you have diminished what this thing could be.
Speaking of the whole league, Mike, we have an expansion now of the college football playoff. We want to get into that here in the Big Three because there's some controversy right now about the latest rankings. And, you know, it seems like there's a lot of people who are very heavily invested in who should or shouldn't be in these rankings. Paul Feinbaum was on Get Up this morning, and we know Feinbaum always has an opinion. I want to know what you think about what Paul Feinbaum has to say about what team should or shouldn't be ranked so high right now.
They went to Alabama, Texas, and then Ole Miss. They've all been ranked in the top 10. They have a chance. They'll play Tennessee this weekend, and if they win, they'll probably end up back in the committee's good graces. But how the committee can disrespect them and put schools like Penn State? Are you serious? What has Penn State done this year? Their most impressive win, I think, was at Southern Cal, a 5-loss team, and against Michigan, another 5-loss team.
I love this time of the year. I love the college football battles, if you will.
The debates.
I love how this all comes out now where, okay, this team's schedule stunk because they're in this conference and this team. You look at this thing right now, okay? College football, the playoff thing, it is so great for debates. They're better. No, they're better. Well, they're better because they played a better conference. Even though they have 3 losses, they're still better than that team because they play in that conference. You look at the bracket right now, you've got Big Ten, 1 and 2, Big Ten number 3, Big Ten number 4, Big 12 number 4 and 5, by the way. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4 of the top 5 are Big Ten.
Yeah, 4 of the top 5 of the Big Ten. Number 3 is Texas or SEC.
And their SEC, which, by the way, wasn't even in the SEC
Correct.
until this year. So there's not one real SEC team until you get to number 7. And then number 8 is an independent Notre Dame. Number 9 is an ACC team. You don't have an SEC school until you get to 7 and then 10. So
and that's not even Georgia.
No, it's Alabama 10, Ole Miss 11, Georgia 12, Boise 13. So that's the rankings. Now the
bracket, remember, is based on you get preference if you win your conference championship. So if you're projecting conference championships, for example.
So what are the matchups now?
So as of right now, because Oregon is projected to win the conference, they would get one of those first round buys because they're also number one. So it's also the ranking of the conference winners. So you mentioned Miami, right? Well, as of right now, Miami would have to play because they are not one of the top conference winners in the first round of the playoff. But Texas, if they win the SEC, would get a bye.
So who are the top four? Who has the buys right now?
Right now, again, it's based on their projections. Oregon, Texas, BYU, and then there's a debate whether it be Notre Dame or Miami. Because remember, Notre Dame plays the ACC conference schedule, but they're an independent. So there's a debate right now about, does the committee give them preference or not?
So he was mentioning Feinbaum, Penn State. Who have they beaten? And he's right. I mean, who has Penn State beaten?
They haven't.
They haven't won a damn game against anybody of substance. They don't play Indiana, do they?
They haven't played Indiana. I can see if they're going to.
No, but I'm saying I don't think Indiana's on their schedule.
No, they got Purdue, Minnesota, and Maryland left.
So they'll win all three of those games. And the only game, they didn't play Michigan this year.
They beat Michigan.
Penn State beat. Oh, that's right. They did beat Michigan. Yes, they did beat Michigan. So that's their big win this year, really, is Michigan.
And at USC, as Feinbaum mentioned.
I mean, USC is just average. Come on.
That's the point. The point is that you have Penn State number 4 in your rankings, and they've beaten basically middle of the road teams.
Yeah, they have not won real. And by the way, the USC win was in overtime, so you had to go to overtime against a team that's pretty average. Your best win of the year is against Illinois. I mean, he's not wrong about the Penn State thing, but what are you supposed to do with a Big Ten school that's 8-1?
You don't give them so much credit. You don't focus so much on the 8-1. You focus on, well, what is that 8-1? Because in college football, there are definitive differences between different teams.
Okay, well then, on that note, I have a 10-0 Indiana team who has not beat one ranked team. What do I do with them?
I don't know if they should be in the top 5 either.
Well, they're going to play Ohio State this week, and then they play Purdue. So essentially, the only ranked team they will have played the entire season is Ohio State.
Correct.
If they lose that game and they have one loss, then what do you do with them?
Like, for example, to me, BYU, I would argue, has just as much of an argument as Indiana to be in the top 5. You're telling me that Indiana's schedule is that much more difficult than BYU?
Yeah, but his argument saying Penn State, what do they don't belong there. They have a more impressive win than Indiana does.
You're saying that at USC win in overtime.
Well, they beat USC in overtime. They also beat Illinois, who was ranked. Indiana does not have one win against a ranked. They did not play one team the entire season that was ranked when they played them.
That's true.
Not one. So Indiana has. So, and then if they lose this week to Ohio State, that will be the only team they play ranked the entire year. And if they lose that game, that would be one loss. Do you just kick Indiana out? BYU beat Kansas State, who was 13th at the time, and they beat them 38-9.
Right.
Now, that is the only ranked team that they beat this year.
Does Tennessee deserve more consideration, even though their one loss was an unranked
Well,
Arkansas?
that game's on 97.3 ESPN this weekend. They're going to play Georgia. If they beat Georgia, Tennessee, who only has one loss, they have wins against NC State, who was ranked at the time. They beat them 51-10. They have a win against Oklahoma, who was ranked at the time. They beat them 25-15. They beat Alabama, who was 7th at the time. So if they only have one loss and Indiana only has one loss, I would think Tennessee has to jump Indiana.
I would think so. They would have to, because to me, they got the better schedule. And then we have the interesting conversation, as I mentioned before, Mike, about Notre Dame. There's that team hanging out there. They got an interesting schedule coming up because they got a matchup against a ranked Army team down the stretch here.
Yeah, and they just bombed. I watched that game. I didn't sit there and watch all 52.
I was going to say that someone must have paid you to do that.
Notre Dame, their issue, same thing. Now they have 3 wins against ranked opponents. They beat Texas A&M.
Yep.
They beat Louisville. and they beat Navy. And they bombed Navy, by the way. They beat them pretty handily, 51-14. And they're going to play Army, and Army is also ranked.
Correct.
So they have a chance to win 4 games. And they have USC, if you want to put them. USC is just average this year. They did beat Georgia Tech, by the way, and they beat them handily. Georgia Tech just knocked off Miami. You would think that Notre Dame has a better argument than Miami does.
Speaking of Miami.
Right? Do you agree?
I think they have a better argument because I think their overall schedule is better because if you go through Miami's schedule, they didn't really play anybody.
Miami did not win one game against a ranked opponent. Not
and then
one.
they lost to Georgia Tech.
And they lost to Georgia Tech, but they did not win one game against a ranked opponent. Their best win is probably Louisville.
Probably Louisville. I mean, I think that them barely beating Cal was a huge demerit against them. They struggled to beat Cal, and Cal is the middle of the road.
Well, and if you want to compare wins, Notre Dame beat Florida State 52-3. Miami beat them 36-14. Still beat them pretty handily, but Notre Dame said, "Hold my beer."
Right.
So you have a lot of teams with really good records and really good reputations that don't have a lot of wins, that don't have a lot of impressive wins. There's your problem.
And don't forget really quick, there's one team that makes it out of the Big Five, and right now the highest-ranked Big Five team is that Boise State team. That kid Gentry is fun to watch.
All right, Sports Best Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We're getting ready to get out of here on this, it's Wednesday night. We're going to be at Chickies and Pete's tomorrow, by the way, so make sure you make some time to stop out there. We'll be back in Atlantic City tomorrow, so stop out. Before we get out of here tonight, we're going with the Celtics tonight. Take the Celtics. That's not an NBA Cup game, though, right?
No.
Last night they had the green court.
Last night they had the green court.
Yeah, the green court last night. By the way, give me my I did not do well last night.
You went 1-3 last night. The one you got right was Ball State. The hook saved you.
Celtics, by the way, they're on the back-to-back. So are the Nets. Celtics are -8.5 against Brooklyn. I'm going to go with the Celtics tonight in that one. And I think I'm going to go with, after a 1-3 night last night. You want one more? Should I give it one more? Go with the Clippers tonight. Actually, no. Sorry, the Rockets against the Clippers. Looking at the number there. It is 4.5. Rockets -4.5.
Got it.
A couple NBA plays for you.
Couple NBA plays.
Yeah. All right. Actually, kind of like the Bulls tonight against the Knicks, 7.5 plus 7.5. But I'll go with the 2. All right, that's it for me. That's the Bet365 play of the day. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. And before we get out of here, I need one more qualifier for this year's 99 Growlers Party. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. I need caller number 7 right now at 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are entered into this year's 99 Growlers Party. Live at Butthead Brewing Company in Wildwood. Wednesday, November 27th. We got 99 tickets, 99 growlers. That means 99 winners. Eagles club box seats for the game against the Steelers, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, tickets to area shows, and more. It's this year's 99 Growlers Party at Mudhen Brewing Company in Wildwood. Caller 7, good luck. We'll see you there.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season on Thursday Night Football.